Of European Individual Women Chess Championship. Once again, here with you is International Masters Tom Skantans and my colleagues FIDE Master Sergei Sklimakos. Well, before jumping into the chess topic, I will want to start with just wishing all of you happy Easter, as most of the people are enjoying just lovely conditions of home right now, while we and the players are here just well, on another
to work hard.
Yeah. Another hard working day.
So
yes.
For beginning, I will tell you some insight about our top players today. So the leader of the tournament after 5 rounds is Alexandra Goryachkina, who is absolutely amazing talent and very talented prodigy. So she was one of the youngest grandmasters ever. I think she got her title only a little bit older than Hou Yifan and Katerina Lagno. Also great players and great prodigies. Alexandra was 4 times girls champion until 10, 14, 18 and 20 years. She had already been Russian champion in 2015. Also, she was European team champion in 2015 and even World Team Championship silver medalist in 2015. So 2015 was one of the best years so far for her. And now she is a leader in European Chess Women Championship 2017. So she is doing amazing job right now. Speaking about her opponent, it's well-known Katerina Lagno, which is also one of the best players so far in the ladies chess world, and she has already been winner of the Olympiad with the Ukrainian team. Now she's participating as a player from Russia. In any case, she is amazingly talented. She was amazingly talented prodigy many years ago, and now she is just one of the best players in the world. So I think this game of a lot of experience and talent against maybe some kind of aggressive talent by a younger player is absolutely unpredictable, and I have no idea at all how it can finish today.
And we're probably we're hoping for a sharp battle with a lot of things we could comment about, as that would be a game we would like to be our main focus for today.
Definitely. Speaking about the second board, we see Maria Muzyczuk, former world champion, against Elina Daniilyan, very strong and powerful grandmaster from Armenia. What could I expect? In my point of view, it's one more absolutely unpredictable game. Elina Daniilyan was in 2011 European bronze medalist, so she's also she has a lot of experience, and she had amazing results in her past tournaments. So I think it's absolutely unpredictable. I saw that Elina Daniilyan played much more with the sister of Maria Anna, and their statistics are around maybe 50-60%, and so it means that I don't know, maybe if Anna told Maria what kind of opponent is Elina, maybe Maria has a little bit, let's say, slight favorite here. Speaking about the third board, it's another battle of experience. Nana Dzagnidzhe playing against former European champion Ekaterina Atalik from Turkey. Interesting statistics that, according to my database, is all white games were won by Nana Dzagnidzhe, but Nana never won playing black against Ekaterina. But today Nana is playing with white. Last time they met in 2016 in Turkish Super League, and Nana playing with white won. But in any case, I think Nana is only slight favorite here, because so far Ekaterina Atalik is doing really great in this tournament, and I expect a tough battle here as well. In any case, it's a sixth round of very powerful and strong tournament, so all the opponents are very close in rank, and very close in rating, and very close in their strength. So I expect a lot of slight battles here, a lot of powerful battles, and it will be an interesting round in my point of view. By the way, it will be a very interesting game at the board 5, where Natalia Zhukova is playing against Bella Khatanashvili. Natalia Zhukova was European champion, and they both play very aggressively. So I expect that we will see with Toms this game very often, because in my point of view there will be a lot of interesting things to see in their games. One more interesting game is on the board 9, where Irina Bulmaga will play against Monika Sochko from Poland. And what's interesting is that, according to my databases, they never had played a draw, at least on the highest tournaments, let's say. And interesting thing that they both are very positional players, but and they both succeed end games in their games, but no draws at all. So it will be, I think, battle in the end game here, but it will be battle till the end.
Well, I also want to point out board 6, where Sarah Holt is playing against Anna Muzyczuk, or top seed of the tournament. What's interesting about this game is that after winning first 2 rounds, Sarah drew her next 3 games, and all games playing with top 10 players, and including also second and third seed. So in case she manages to get at least half a point today, she will have played with all top 3 seeds of the tournament, meaning that she might be in a very good position for the rest of the tournament, as she'll have slightly but better pairings for the future.
Yeah, Sarah is making very good. She is absolutely great this tournament. Her collection is already 4 players from the top 10, as Tom mentioned, and yeah, I think she's doing great. And maybe if today she has a draw, or maybe even better, yes, next rounds can be a little bit easier for her. But I'm not so sure, because interesting moments that, for example, our Ilza Bevzinia, who lost yesterday and could expected maybe some kind of easier opponent. Today we'll meet Natalia Pagonina, which is definitely is not an easier opponent. So here tournament and the field is so strong and powerful that even draw or maybe even loss doesn't mean that you can get some kind of relaxed round next time.
Well, but also considering that Anna Muzichuk right now is on 3.5 points, 1 full point behind the leader. Even though she's playing black, she's definitely looking for a way to score a point here, as she might be feeling that it's finally time to start catching up with the leader.
Definitely, and I think her sister Maria told her about Sarah Holt, because a few rounds ago Maria Muzichuk met playing with black, by the way, as Maria does today, playing against Sarah Holt. And by the way, we weren't so sure about Maria's game because she had a little bit worse position, but it was a very interesting game, and it finished a draw. So,
to conclude, yes, we have in all, what was not mentioned, we have one player with 4.5 points, the before mentioned Alexandra Goryachkina, who is followed by 9 players with 4 points. Thus making kind of a leader group of 10 people, which all are playing on top 5 boards, facing each other, and that's gonna be our main focus for today. Of course, including some interesting matchups like already mentioned board 6 of Sarah Holt playing with Anna Muzichuk, and some of the other interesting matchups from lower boards. Yes.
As we have a few minutes right now till the start of transmission, we can speak also to finish this summary about top 10 boards. On the board 4, there is a very huge fight between German Elizabeth Petz and Olga Zimina, who was yesterday in studio for the interview. She is doing right now very good tournament and is playing very well. And Elizabeth is back to the leader group after yesterday slight win, having rook and bishop and pawn against rook and two pawns. And it will be a really interesting battle between two highly experienced and strong players. So we expect another unpredictable battle. One more point is on the board 7, there is Nino Batsiashvili from Georgia against Maria Nechaeva-Guseva from Russia. And it is one more very interesting game. And I would say unpredictable totally. They played last time in 2014, if I'm not wrong, in Russia Team League, and they drew, and so no winner at all. And it's also about experience and very high quality of chess. So it's another unpredictable game. And speaking about maybe number 8, where Olga Givia is playing against Stavrula Tsolakidou. Stavrula, some kind of another chess prodigy. She was 3 times girls champion of the world. In the 2013 she was winning under 14. In 2015 she won under 16, and in 2016 she won under 18 years old. So she's amazing talent, young prodigy, and I think this game is one more unpredictable. And on the 10th board, there is Huan Tan from Hungary and Marta Michna from Germany. Another very experienced game. Both ladies are highly professional and experienced, and it's one more totally unpredictable fight of experience. So maybe we can...
The games are going, they have started, openings have been played out. We can already start to see some trends, what has been prepared, which player is thinking, which player is just blitzing out moves. So let's jump in straight away to board number 1. Goryachkina against Lagno. what we are seeing here is, as already mentioned by Sergejs, as expected, aggressive approach by Alexandra, who is, well, aggressive player herself, who is fighting for a win in every game, and as she has chosen a setting with f4. This is still very theoretical position. Nothing new has been played so far, and the time being spent by Alexandra is probably just of her trying to think and choose which line to play. What do you think?
Yeah, so far it's one of main lines of Ufimtsev defense. So nothing new on the board. And as Tom mentioned, yes, it's kind of most aggressive approaches to play against Ufimtsev, if I'm not wrong, playing f4.
Yeah, it's definitely trying to just, well, in perfect scenario, just to march with all your pawns forward, push all the black pieces backwards, and just scoring a full point.
And I'm pretty sure that both ladies right now are totally in preparation. I'm waiting that d5 will be played, and it's played, by the way. It's the main line. So right now, Katerina has a choice to play rook b8, maybe, with idea to play somewhere b5, and bishop g4. It's two main lines here.
Mm-hmm.
Statistics are very equal here for both lines. But statistics say that white are slightly better, as we can expect from Ufimtsev defense.
Yes, but well, the advantage is definitely nothing decisive, and it's just about some positional alliances and space advantage for white. But when two humans meet, it's just a game of chess.
And I see that Katerina chose the main line from these two lines, bishop g4.
So she's very well prepared and very... Okay, not even very well prepared, but that she has made a choice of what she wants to play, and she has a clear opening that she, or clear line that she likes.
Definitely they both are still in preparation, and you can see that Katerina is watching somewhere outside, but not even on the board. She's just relaxed, she knows everything, she has a lot of experience playing this defense, and right now Alexandra is thinking. Here are three possible moves. Very strange move a3, which is one of top lines according to my databases. But the main move is bishop c4. It's another quite strange move. So probably Alexandra tries to remember all the lines here.
Maybe you can say a little bit about the ideas behind such a strange-looking move like bishop c4.
Let's check what my databases are saying. Bishop c4, knight c7, let's say, and h3. Very good question. Why white should play bishop c4? I'm not very familiar with this line because I'm not playing Ufimtsev with black, and I'm not playing this aggressive approach playing with white against Ufimtsev. So I'm really not familiar with this bishop c4 idea.
I would like to, yes, add that, well, it has some similarities to Benoni structures, which I tend to play time to time. And there it's very important for whites to try to block any advancements of the c-pawn, even after it's being sacrificed, in order to gain a space for knight on c5, and simply to open a diagonal for queen on b6. As well as bishop c4 is supporting now already very well supported pawn d5, but as you know in the game of chess we have to progress in some way. So white has to have some plan for the future, and one of white's plans can be to try to play e5 sometime. And in that case, bishop on c4 is just very nicely protecting pawn.
So probably that's the case.
Okay, while they are choosing lines which to play, let's move on to board number 2.
Okay, I see Slav defense here, or maybe not. It's some kind of, I think, mixture between some variations.
It started with it's not even, I don't know what's the way to call this precisely, but they are still jumping a little bit between lines. Here is a very common motive for black to check on b4, forcing white to move some piece in the way, maybe on some square where it shouldn't stand. Like here, white to choose to play bishop d2, and then to retreat simply bishop e7. Black could have played straight away bishop to e7 as well, but in that position, white would prefer to this, as bishop d2 is not really a developing move that you want to do, and that commits you to actually later on having to do a move with the bishop. As on c1 it could stay for a while still, and white could just proceed with bishop g2, knight f3, castling, and playing for some breaks in the center. But with the bishop on d2, it's very likely that they will have to do something about now unprotected pawn d4.
By the way, it's interesting choice made by Maria on the first move. If I'm not wrong, before this round, she was played just e4 in this tournament.
Well, she's a very strong player, and for strong players, it's very common that they try to mix things up, and they are able to switch between lots of different openings, even again for such totally different structures like d4 and e4. So I wouldn't say that it's surprising. I would say even that it is a natural approach, as you have tried for a few games already, one kind of thing. So you're just trying to mix things up. Okay, this is the current position we have now. White has played queen c2. A move simply protecting on c4, as well as controlling kind of e4 square after some moves like knight c3 to be able to follow with the pawn break in the center of e4.
According to my databases, here are two possible moves, two possible lines. It's b6 and knight bd7.
b6 has been played, which is the main line so
that's
far.
That's our main line, yeah. And the main line here is rook d1, but also, as Tom mentioned, bishop on d2 is not a good piece, so possible to play bishop f4.
Yes. Once again, we see the pattern that Maria had very clearly chosen what she wants to play, and as she is blitzing out her moves, and so for now she's definitely feeling very good with what she's having on the board, as that's what she wanted from today's game.
Watching on time control, we can see that Elina Danielyan is just thinking now about where my opponent is prepared better, where she's catching me, and according to time, as Tom mentioned, Maria is really well prepared and just blitzing the moves.
Okay, while Elina is trying to make her choice about which line to proceed with, we can move on to the next game. Where we have Dzagnidze Nana against Atalik Yekaterina. So we are seeing some sort of reversed Benoni structure, which, if I'm not mistaken, this position is considered to be quite equal, but it's with very mutual chances, and it's promising a very complex game. I think it was quite recently played in one of the games in US Championship, and but at the moment I can't recall who were the players playing. Do you maybe remember?
No, I don't remember either. But well, it's this position on board is still a theory. Several games were played. After castling, the main move is bishop b2, and more than 100 games in last 5 years were played with this position. Statistics are slightly better for white, but it doesn't mean anything at all, so we are expecting a really tough battle here.
And a battle which is actually not possible to prognose if it's going to be a positional kind or tactical kind. As these kind of structures, they are very unpredictable, and one move, one plan can just totally turn it all around. It can be a slow positional grind by a white side, but it can just also, in a single moment, turn into some exchange sacrifices positionally and just start to be super aggressive.
And my databases are telling us absolutely the same what Tom spoke about. After bishop b2 with his absolutely natural move, there are two absolutely different plans. First is rook e8, and second is knight e8. And they have absolutely different ideas, but both lines are close to equal, one to another. So two plans, different plans to play this position for black.
Yeah, it's definitely very interesting what choice black will make here, because and it's actually and it's not possible to say which one is better. That's the interesting part about this kind of position and this kind of structure. So it's like you have to kind of think about how do you feel today, what's your mood, and if you feel sharp tactically, if you're feeling more like just trying to hold in there and just to follow your intuition.
And by the way, looking on clock, we see that Katerina Atalik is definitely right now is in preparation. So right now she's choosing after bishop b2 what move should be done right now. And probably it's the first time she's really trying to remember all the lines here. So maybe we can switch to another board.
Yes, let's do that. So board number 4, Elzbieta Pets against Olga Zimina. What do we see here? I am very
King Indian.
Huh. Okay. And probably this is still some theoretical position.
But you know, this line with bishop a3 is quite random one, a rare one. Pardon me.
So we see a classical King's Indian setup, and what Sergej is talking about is that line bishop e3 is a very rare one. It was answered by e5, which is a very natural response in King's Indian.
And best move. And if white would play knight f3, we would get some kind of main lines here. But
obviously that was not white's plan by playing bishop e3. So d5, c6, and h4, showing the intentions for today's game, that Elzbieta just wants to go for the attack. Maybe she's a little bit tired of having to score those points in such a long battles.
Or maybe there is one more moment because of Olga Zimina is very strong positional player, and Elizabeth Pets who is, by the way, sharp tactician and very aggressive player. Maybe she's just looking for some tactical game here, just to be outside of the comfort zone of her opponent.
That could also be true. But the point that I wanted to make was the idea about that all the points that she scored, except the drew in round. Which round was that? Round 4.
Probably.
Yeah, they all were some 5-6 hour battles. Even yesterday, she was the last game running, trying to convert this rook and the bishop and the pawn against rook and 2 pawns. And those points are just, they are coming, but they are taking a lot of strength. So today maybe she just decided that she wants something more interesting, something more fast.
So sounds very logical.
So black answered with capturing in the center. Very logical move, queen a5, attacking e4 pawn, and white is playing queen d2, covering the pin. That's the position we have at the moment on the board, and black has to think how they want to stop white's h4, h5 advancement. Option is always to play h5 move, as well as what could else be in this position? Knight g4 maybe, allowing h5. But saying that if you want to play h5, you have to give up one of your bishops.
Probably the
White squared away.
bishop e2.
Yes, takes. Now the only way to proceed with
To play f3,
yes,
maybe.
f3.
Let's say bishop.
d7 or c8. That's an
Yes,
interesting
that's
question.
good. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm asked myself too.
As once we play bishop d7, which feels like humanly more natural move, we are taking away square for the knight. But on the other hand, it feels wrong to put bishop back to the initial square of c8.
Right. So probably bishop d7, maybe to play fast rook c8, or maybe b5, b4 if something.
Yes, and we
goes
have a
wrong.
possibility to develop knight through a6.
Yeah.
A minus of such development is that knight doesn't have an option to go anymore to f8 and to help protecting king.
So probably h5,
So
let's
probably
say.
h5 would be played.
And the question is it dangerous or not?
I'm guessing that something like rook
c8.
c8 should be played to avoid bishop exchange by bishop h6.
So probably take.
Takes.
I think h takes.
I think if f takes, then white has already achieved something.
But what next? g4 and queen h2 then? Probably. So maybe yes, maybe h takes. And what next?
Perhaps a simple
Knight
prophylactic
e2,
move,
yeah.
knight e2. And now we are ready to even castle, play king b1, and just go with all the pieces for the king.
And what happens is, let's say, b5 aggressive way.
b5.
I think it's a very interesting and sharp game here.
I like move bishop h6 now. I have a feeling that we
So-
already went wrong for black side somewhere.
Bishop h8
And now bishop g5.
with idea to take, right?
With the idea to take on h8, followed by bishop f6 and queen h6, mating on g7.
And if I just go back,
Bishop g7. Then I might have move like bishop e7 already.
and let's say b4,
b4,
I just try to be aggressive as
knight d1.
possible. And let's say queen b6, or maybe queen c. There, queen b6. Yeah.
And my idea was to play queen h4 now. Threatening simple queen g5, threatening simple queen h4 and queen h7 mate.
And by the way, bishop f6 is one more threat, if I understand right.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, probably this is position Olga doesn't want to get, so she will be calculating for some minutes. So maybe we can switch to next game, which I expected to be very sharp today.
Or last leader sport. It is definitely very interesting. Black seem to be taking some sort of slow approach and still waiting, not showing what they actually want from this game, what kind of structure they want to set up.
And I think it's a new position here on board because some a little bit strange moves were done. In 1 second I will check my databases one more time, but looks like this position is some kind of novelty.
It feels a little strange to it's happened like this in this move order. So let's go move by move. It was d4, knight f6, c4, d6, knight c3.
Everything is okay right now.
Bishop f5.
And bishop f5.
It's a very rarely seen move in this position, I think.
But it's not a novelty, by the way.
Yes, of course. It's hard to make a novelty in move 3.
But yesterday we saw on move 4, so...
Yes, in move 4 we saw it, yes. Maybe today we also saw it. Because after g3, black played g6, which is quite a strange move to play after you have put your bishop on f5. As once you put your bishop on f5, you usually want to leave it an option to retreat either to g6 or to play somewhere h6 and have bishop standing on h7 and, like, so to say, from back of the position just to participate in a game without interfering with your own pieces. By playing g6, you kind of take it away, so it's
maybe
unusual.
some kind of novelty. And today we will see if it's successful or not.
White answered by bishop g2, attacking on b7, so obviously c6 had to be played. And just going, well, to punish bishop on f5 by e4, bishop g4, and once again asking it where it's going to go. So I'm guessing next move will be bishop c8 back. Or you think still bishop e6 provoking d5?
Another provocation here.
That would be very interesting, actually, psychologically.
Yeah, exactly. It's I just wanted to say that it's some kind of psychologist mind games, because I will not even wonder after bishop e6. I'm not sure if it's the strongest one, but after seeing bishop f5 and g6 and then bishop g4 provoking one more time, why not?
Yeah, it's very interesting, but feels like the most natural would be to play bishop c8, allowing still square for knight on d7. As after moves like bishop d7, we might even run into some problems connected with e5. Not even that we don't have a square for this knight to develop, but this one as well is kind of absolutely misplaced.
Yeah, just remember the phrase "playing with fire." It looks like black are playing with fire, but knowing that Natalia Zhukova is a very good, aggressive player, I'm not sure about this idea.
So yeah, I'm very confused by this opening choice, but well, it definitely has some reason for.
So maybe we can check the next game where Sarah Holt, who is doing very well this tournament, is playing against top seed Anna Muzichuk.
I wanted to point out another funny reason why this is an important tournament for Sarah. She has never crossed 2400 before, and her current rating is 2398, meaning that considering how she's playing here, this is probably her last tournament on K factor 20. So it's like you can try to gain, you have to try to gain as many rating points as possible before this process becomes way slower. Because to those who don't know, that once a player has reached published rating over 2400 anytime in his life, for the rest of his
Career?
Yes, he's gonna play with a K factor of 10.
Yeah, interesting idea. I even didn't think about it.
Well, of course, that's not on her mind right now. It's just a funny idea because I was thinking about those things once I was trying to cross 2400, so I remember this kind of ideas. Okay, so what do we have here? We had an e4, e5, knight e3, knight c6, followed by bishop c4, bishop c5. So
and d3 is quite a rare move, again saying that I will just play chess. I don't want to go to the main lines to fight for the opening advantage, knowing till 20th move, let's say, Italian game, but well, just let's play chess. d3 is quite slow, but maybe even a little bit passive, but not bad move at all.
f6,
So
bishop
knight
b3.
f6. And yeah, again, here the main line is c3, or maybe knight c3, or maybe even castle, but bishop b3 is still a possible move.
Castle, castle. Bishop b3 is trying to avoid some active breaks in the center with tempos and just saying that you want some little more slow game. h6, stopping all the ideas with bishop g5. Knight d2. Which is already a very committing development plan, as white had a choice here, either to develop knight through c3 and to further aim for some control over d5, or to play through d2, as it was played in the game, which usually means either going to c4 in more rare cases, or more often with ideas connected of rook e1 and knight jumping to f1, followed by maybe knight g3 and bringing the knight for kingside attack.
But in any case, after d6, which is quite logical move, and c3, we are again in the theory, so it's another example of just mind games, and a5 is not a novelty, it's still a theory, and h3 is still a let's say main line here in this position. It has already been played for several times. Statistics again about 50%, so white are maybe slight favorite according to statistics, not more.
I want to point out one interesting idea about some opening preparation ideas, is that once there is some line that you favor, and you see your opponent is playing it, but there is a chance that your opponent might choose also something different. So then it's sometimes good idea to choose some sidelines in early moves, as we always tend to go for familiar positions, like try to choose them. And for example, like here, we had a chance that there would be already novelty by move 6, but instead, both sides were just playing logical moves, transposing it to back to theoretical position. And it can be a kind of a little bit of weapon that you can use that psychologically, just to try to make your opponent move back to the familiar position, and thus reaching what you wanted, avoiding some other lines. Okay, so as we are back to theory, let's move those pieces a little faster. Queen b8, very known idea here. I think I already saw Anna playing this position against, could it be Michael Adams? I could be mistaken, but really have such a feeling.
By the way, very interesting that this position is played by Sava Holt against Harry Kadranavali in 2013 in Dubai Open. So probably they both are right now still in preparation.
Yes, just having to spend some time, a little bit, to reach the actual position. That's a very interesting guess. You see d4, ed, cd, and bishop b4. So we are still in theoretical position, which has been played before. So it's interesting to wait and see which side actually is the one who tricked opponent in this.
On the last move, Javi Cadrenavali played bishop a7, and they finished as a withdraw this game. So let's see if bishop b4 is improvement of this line. Probably, as Anna knew about this game, bishop b4 definitely must be an improvement, because the speed of the last move when Anna played bishop b4 was just a few seconds.
As well as after queen c2, she blitzed out now queen b5.
So we are still pretty sure that it's all about theory and preparation, and stand in Anna's lab at home somewhere.
But we don't know if it's not also Sarah's preparations too.
Yeah, that's the question. So maybe we can switch to another game and to let ladies to remember their analysis.
So maybe we can jump then to the board number 9, which you were saying that is very likely to be a resultative game. So what do we see? Definitely a sharp battle. It was a French defense. Oh,
it's very interesting because preparing for today's round comments, I really analyzed both of them, Irina Bulmaga and Monika Sochka playing style, and actually I was pretty sure that it's all about positional playing, but as Tom mentioned, it's a very sharp choice here.
Well, it was probably not too hard to guess that Monika is going to play French, as it's her main opening against e4. But this choice of the lines is definitely a
very aggressive lines.
Yes. So, had some exchanges on c3.
By the way, it's still a theory.
Yes, queen a5, queen d2,
yes.
Logically, bishop d7, trying to activate the black's main problem in French, bishop, which is stuck behind its pawns, bishop d3, and just...
Yeah, since it's still a theory, because a lot of players over 25 played this position before. Vitaly Kiselev, for example, Russian grandmaster living in Klaipeda, who is French defense lover, he already got this position in 2010, let's say, and last years also many of grandmaster over 2500 played this position, so nothing new here. It's still a theoretical line. And statistics, by the way, are slightly better for white.
Well, it's usually like that. Actually, once we are still in theory, it usually means that white is going to have better statistics, as it means that both sides have played more or less the best moves, and thus white is a slight favorite. So, all very logical moves. Then c6, and now Irina chose to exchange on b5. And f4, showing her aggressive intentions.
Yeah, very aggressive line. So what could be the evaluation of this position? If we know that some moves ago it was just theory and nothing changed, I would say that maybe white are slightly better, but the question is about risk. Tom, how do you think? You would choose to play with black or white? Okay, probably it's not a good question, because knowing your style, you would definitely play with white.
I'm actually not sure which side has better perspectives for attack. Okay, white just played f4. But as I'm not familiar with this position, I still have to think if the idea is to play f5 or actually to capture on g5.
That's a good point, to open h file or just to burn the center. Which one is better?
As white still has to solve in a way some issues regarding defense of d4 pawn. And let's say, for example, if black could simply castle queenside and do another move to protect f7 pawn, they would be, I think, totally fine, as they have a huge control over light squares.
And by the way, interesting moment that before this round I said that all the games between those two players ended up with endgames. I'm pretty sure that Monika Sochka is a person here who wants to get an endgame just because this knight on c6 is much better than bishop. And I think the point why white could stand better is because of dynamics, because of this aggressivity and f5 choice to burn the center, maybe even c4 in some lines. So
I think it could be actually more connected, as Monika now played g4 and played it quite fastly. So maybe this idea is quite common. But now white's ideas probably should be connected with playing bishop h4 and f5 and trying to play for the fact that king can't castle.
And what should be black plan? Let's say to play king d7, maybe even c4, and let's say rook a g8, something like that?
Yes, maybe. Well, first of all, I would like to put some pressure to d4 pawn and ask you which piece you're going to tie to its defense.
So let's say queen a4, c4.
The thing is that it's white to move. Let's say
Bishop h4.
h4. Yeah, not only in castle. I would probably
That's a very nice
play
square
queen c4,
for
yeah.
queen.
And as you just played bishop h4, probably the way to defend this pawn is by playing rook to d1. Rook a d1,
Probably.
as we still want to support f5 break.
After f5, there is interesting idea to play rook f4, let's say, and to defend pawn on d4, letting rook d1 go to f1, and to attack g4 pawn as well.
Yeah, that's very true. So, yeah, it's very interesting if this is still actually a theoretical position or this is actually already being played just over the board. But if it's being played on the board, then it's definitely just a very sharp battle. If it's some theoretical preparation, there can be some little likelihood that it's actually some line forced, which can do some simplifications actually later on,
And another endgame.
yes.
So we can check probably our another prodigy on the board 8, if I'm not mistaken, playing Olga Giria against Stavroula Tsolakidou from Greece.
Which one of these talented players you're calling a prodigy?
Stavroula Tsolakidou, because right now she's much younger and she's 3 times world champion under 14, 16 and 18, so she's right now prodigy. Olga Giria, as I know, was also one of the most talented prodigies, and now she's just a great player.
So, what do we have here? d4, knight f6, c4, e6. This time, knight c3, not g3.
So it's Nimzo-Indian, but after knight c6.
Queen c2 and knight c6.
Yes. And
Knight
for me,
f3.
this is new move, but according to my databases, knight c6 is fourth statistically most chosen move, so nothing new. Of course, castling would be the main line, but okay, knight c6 is still okay. Knight f3 and d6, yes, it's the main line.
Okay, I would expect d5 actually, but probably, yes, d6 makes
Yes, but statistics
More
shows
point.
us d6.
d6 with the idea to break e5 in the center and to gain some control over black squares.
By the way, d5 was played more than 30 times last few years, so it's still a good idea.
Okay, a3.
By the way, both players are still in preparation because d6 is still a main line, is this actual position, and bishop d2 the main line. And by the way, e5 is quite rare move. I don't know if it's good or bad, but most played move was castle.
That's in this position, castle.
Yeah.
And probably followed with e5 ideas later on.
Castle, let's say a3, bishop takes, and queen e7 or rook e8, as Tom mentioned before, to play somehow e5 this move.
As we would like to develop our bishop from c8.
Yeah.
And white, meanwhile, would be trying to also finish their development and to claim their two bishop advantage. Okay, but we had e5 in the game, which was met by the same a3, not leaving any choice for black than to recapture, as bishop a5 would probably just run into b4, and we still can probably not lose a piece by playing bishop b4, but no, probably we are losing some material.
Mm-hmm.
So this is not something we want to do, and very usually once we play bishop b4 in all these, so in the instructions and so, we are going to give up on c3 the bishop. So bishop c3, and queen e7 to
Probably
support.
the only move, because black can't move e4 and can't take on d4, because to open the field is not the best idea here, playing against two bishops.
Just to show that after ed, white would answer with knight d4. Now black is not forced to take, but probably the exchange of knights would happen at some point, so I'm just gonna do this move to illustrate the position arising. Now white is having bishop in the center, which is very strongly looking towards the king, as well as we have half opened d file. Probably we can even follow up by long castle, thus bringing rook into the center, and just put up some structure like e4, f3, and follow with something like g4, h4 without any risk.
And I think one more problem to solve for black, probably unsolvable problem, that there is no fixed structure, and white can choose the pawn structure, and playing with two bishops without conflict right now, it's always a pleasant thing. So two bishops in this position will be definitely better for white, and in long term probably there will be a very big problem for black.
So that's why queen e7 we are calling the only move. So it was met by d5.
By the way, it was already played a few years ago.
Well, d5 is very logical, just gaining some space and not having to use any time for that, as knight is now under attack and is forced to move somewhere back.
But from the other side, it's closing the position, having two bishops on board. But yes, it's still the
that's
main
true.
move.
It's very, let's say, it's a decision which draws a character for the rest of the game very much, as in the, if white would choose to, let's say, capture on e5, that would probably lead to some, what could be the next move? Is with g3, trying to develop the bishop, or through even with e3, bishop e2, but it would lead to some game where white would be very much trying to use two bishop advantage. But after d5, it's more saying that I'm going to try to use my space advantage on queen side and start pushing pawns there. So knight b8 was played. White played g3, which was met by a5.
Quite logical move, by the way, to place knight on d7 and c5, or maybe a6 and c5, but probably on d7.
But probably still in the beginning starting with a4.
Of course, yeah.
Not just to, for example, if white just plays something like bishop g2, now we could play a4, and our next moves would be something like knight to d7, knight to c5, and there would be no way for white to advance this pawn, b pawn, without being recaptured, and thus knight would have some sort of outpost on c5 where it's just gonna stay, and the only way for white to get rid of it would be by exchanging some pieces.
And by the way, one more interesting thing, looking on lady's clock, we see that Stavroula Tsalakido with a very big, very high percent probability is now already playing outside her preparation, just creating ideas and moves on the board, because she is close to 15 minutes down against Olga Giria.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think both players could be out of the book already. After a5, Olga played not b4, but more waiting move b3. Which is very simple, just to stop the idea of a4 and not to allow black to fix the structure on queen side. And what's interesting that it was answered by a4.
So very aggressive fight we are expecting now.
Now white has quite an interesting choice. Either to play b4 and to try to claim some space advantage and some in a positional way through say that I have more space, there are a lot of pieces on the board, so I'll really just maneuver and I'll still keep pushing my pawns. Or they have a chance to simply capture a pawn.
But then c5 square will be just perfect place for the knight.
And exactly, and that's the tough choice that she has to make right now. Let's say it could be met by maybe even something like bishop d7.
Let's say a5.
a5 and knight a6. So black is not going to win back the pawn on a5, but they don't have any need for that at the moment. White probably would have to follow up by something like bishop g2, knight c5, and let's say castle, or
probably maybe castle, yeah.
Castle, and what can and black is having a total control over the white squares here in the queen side, as well as this bishop on c3 is just standing, protecting the a5. Any moment you would want to go with it somewhere else, you would have to give up a pawn, which would lead to a better pawn structure for black, thanks to a possibility to double or even triple its heavy pieces.
So we can suggest that here are full compensation for the sacrificed pawn, and black are definitely staying not worse here.
Yes. So, but white is pawn up, and pawn is always a pawn, and there are different style for players, and also it's just different approach for every single game. So it's an interesting choice, not an easy one, definitely. As once you don't pick up this pawn, it can be later on you maybe don't achieve such a positional advantage that you were hoping for, and then this can be a little bit like hunting you. I had a chance to take a pawn, I had to go for it because, well, it's just would be at least a pawn and I would know what I'm playing for, and it's sometimes also just better maybe to do that, to grab this pawn, not to have these thoughts later.
Right. So maybe we can switch to another game. Which one we haven't seen before today?
We didn't look at Batsiashvili Nino against Nechayev Maria.
Okay, let's see it. So here we see Slav defense.
Already seen a lot in this tournament, and it's being played in a lot of tournaments. One of the most popular openings.
Definitely. And by the way, quite rare move after Queen C2, which is one of the main lines, and the move B6. It has already played, but well, the most popular lines is Bishop D6.
Bishop D6.
Yeah, and by the way, the biggest trick for Bishop, why Black played Knight B to D7, is the thing that after Queen C2, the main line is Bishop D6, but after Bishop D3, the main line would be Bishop E7. So Knight B D7 is just waiting activated knight move, but Black just couldn't activate their F8 bishop, just because they have no idea right now, and nobody have idea where to place it before the Queen C2 or Bishop D3 is played. So this kind of trick of Slav defense here. And after Queen C2, main idea was Bishop D6, but Marina Nechaeva played this quite rare move B6.
Mm-hmm.
So,
which is rare in this particular position, but in all, it's a very common idea for this opening.
Of course, Bishop D3 is okay, Bishop B7 still okay, castling, yeah, Bishop E7 main line, so they are still in preparation. B3 is the main line, yes, castling,
Bishop
it's
B2,
okay.
it's
Yes.
all very logical.
And by the way, H6 is the best line according to statistics. Again, white are slightly better according to statistics, about 54-55%. So we are just in the one of the most popular openings. Now maybe not in the most popular line, but there are a lot of lines that lead us to some kind of 55% advantage for white, and it means that against equality and let's say plus equality, so that's all about my equal position and playing chess.
So, okay, C1, Rook C8, Rook Queen E2. As Queen was not enjoying her being under such a pin, as later on Black is probably going to play C5 somewhere, and there it seemed like a prophylactic move.
By the way, yes, Tom mentioned all the right things, but my first question, seeing Queen E2 and not being very familiar with this position, Queen E2, what, why? And then Tom mentioned about this Rook and C5, and yes, it's all logical. And by the way, Queen E2 is still a theoretical line. It has been played several times. By the way, all games finished as a draw here. So we are speaking about a very close to equal position.
Okay, Queen C7. And yes, and what we see now is, well, Black played such a move, Queen C7, going under the pin of Rook on C1. So what is White doing? They decide that this is the right moment to recapture in the center and to try to punish Black for that, as now Black doesn't have an option of taking CD anymore due to simple Knight D5 tactic. So they are forced to go for ED, which automatically leads to, well, a little unbalanced structure and gives a possibility for more complex game than it would be definitely if Black could play CD.
By the way, last time this position appeared on board exactly 1 month ago in Montenegro championship in the game of Kosic and Blagojevic, and they made a quite short draw, but I'm absolutely sure that it's not today choice by players, and I think it will be quite a long game and with quite unpredictable result in my point of view.
So after ED, we automatically see that square F5 is not anymore protected, and well, it's a very logical choice to play Knight H4, as it's even considered that Knight on F5 if it can reach safely square f5 and it can't be kicked out of there, it's almost worth a rook. So that's very logical to try to get there.
And one more interesting thing that players are playing quite fast because 18 moves are done just less than in 30 minutes. So it's about one move per minute. It's quite a fast tempo.
Or, well, we were not seeing exactly how the game progressed, so it's possible that they blitzed out something like 15 moves and they started to spend time for last few. And actually, next moves by Nino shows that I totally misread her intentions. And she simply wanted to advance f4 pawn, and maybe also to confuse black by ideas of jumping to f5. And her idea was just f4 and with a knight to get back to very well protected e5 square.
And what would happen if I'm not now playing knight e4, let's say?
Knight e4?
Yeah. I'm just trying to make things faster.
Probably I would answer it with the knight f5.
And let's say bishop f8.
Bishop f8.
My knight on e4, well, I like it. My second knight can come on f6, let's say, and then e3 pawn could be quite a dangerous thing.
And what about some ideas like capturing?
Took.
And just bishop c4. My intuition is saying that black is running under a very dangerous attack with this bishop being ready to open any moment with d5, this spinning the king to f7 pawn, knight already being on this previously mentioned f5 square, queen is one move away either to g4 or h5.
And after, let's say, knight f6, looks like d5 is a very strong idea, with idea to take on f6 and queen g4 and so on.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
probably I missed this
d5.
idea. And if, wait a minute, and if d5 and let's say queen d7?
Queen d7, I have this very simple trick of knight h6
Okay,
already.
it doesn't work. So probably, yeah,
Just
Tom,
to
you're
show,
right.
Knight h6 is bishop f6, yeah.
Yeah, your intuition is, looks like is okay today.
So that's after knight e4. So black chose to play some more simple queen b8, leaving the pinned c file.
But at the same time, queen is too far right now from the king side.
Yes, that's true. It needed two very slow moves to reach this point. So it probably also means the same, that if it wants to get back to the defending of king, it also needs two slow moves, at least. So here we see this white's idea, knight f3.
And now
I am not entirely sure about it, but probably the one knight on f5 after knight f5, there would be simple move bishop f8, and I have hard time to support it there, and black would just simply play g6 in the next move, kicking it out.
And the main thing is bishop on b2 is still a sleeping giant there, and no d5 is possible because of this pawn on d5. So
Yes, so it's understandable.
not
actually.
so dangerous
Yeah.
right now.
So c5, showing the intentions behind the queen's maneuver, and simply trying to break a little bit this white strong center. Knight e5,
Quite logical move.
cd, ed, bishop b4.
Black are fighting for e4 square, if I understand correctly.
And
then
bishop f5. It's a very interesting position. Very complex, very sharp. Feels like white should be having some sort of an edge and definitely be out of any risk, as they have this very well protected knight on e5, which if you want to capture any moment, I will recapture with pawn f, thus opening my rook and creating quite a pressure on f file. As well as there is no way how black can attack d4 pawn at the moment, which could be theoretically still considered like some sort of weakness in white's position, but that's not possible. So black's only ideas can be connected with exchanging some pieces and trying to take e4 square. What do you think? Maybe I'm just saying everything wrong.
I think here are a lot of variation to count right now, because this opened e-file, and what happens with this knight on d7, because right now it's not hanging on, but well, you can't even play knight e4 in any variation because it will close the e-file for the rook.
And also one more detail what I just noticed is that if you, for example, play knight e4, now it's not possible, but just for this ideas of pawn structure, that after capturing on e4 and de, my bishop on b2 will be already one move away to be totally open and being an absolute monster, attacking for black's king.
So looks like white are staying just better here.
Yeah, it's very unpleasant pin after this move bishop f5. I don't know if it's the best move in the position, but it's definitely a very unpleasant one to face.
Okay, so maybe we can let Marina Nechaeva to think about her position and to switch on the very top boards, because we were there approximately 1 hour ago and probably a lot of things changed.
Okay, let's look at our leaderboard. Yes, a lot of things have happened. That's absolutely true. We left it in after d5, bishop g4.
And I see that bishop c4 wasn't played.
Yeah, it was played by queen e2. Also a very logical move. Supporting maybe sometimes a little bit e5 break, as well as taking a huge control over this diagonal, as the most common way how black is trying to get some counterplay is by preparing b5 breaks in these structures. So knight c7, and straight away a4, just saying that b5 is not going to happen in this game. And one more thing that I want to know to a4 idea is that it might seem that there is no point to play it straight away, but it also gives an additional ideas of rook a3, which sometimes is a very nice way how to just bring your rook into the game without any need to develop your bishop from c1, as you simply don't have any too valuable squares for it for now.
And one more thing about playing with the rook on the rank but not on the file. If you play, let's say, on e-file, then your opponent can easily understand where you're going. Let's say on e7 or maybe e8 to take a back rank, or maybe let's say e6, and your opponent can protect this place. But when you play on the rank, it's hard to predict if you are going to play, let's say, on the king side or maybe queen side. And I remember some games of Anatoly Karpov when his rook on the third rank was just like Figaro. It was on b3 and g3 and e3 doing everything, and it's hardly, absolutely, I would say impossible even to predict where this rook should play, and only in your mind plan is already done. But your opponent must spend a lot of time, and anyway, it's quite impossible to understand where your rook should go. And let's say here, as Tom mentioned, third rank is already clear out of the pawns, so rook really can achieve a lot of things there. Maybe on b3 attacking b6 pawn, which will be played there because a6 and b6 probably should be done in this type of position. And maybe even on g3 or h3 or maybe e3 preparing e5.
Yeah.
So it's like a Figaro.
Well, but as you see, this game took a totally different path.
Okay.
And just like possibility, but not today. Maybe some other round. So it was played by e6, straight away blowing the center. h3, forcing for bishop to take on f3, although it would have done it also already before, so it's not certain how valuable was this move queen e2. If you wanted to play h3, maybe you could have done it straight away and...
Not losing a tempo.
Yeah. But maybe there's some opening lines that we simply are not aware of. ed, ed, and knight d7. Knight d7 idea is that to open the bishop on g7, which
And
is a very strong piece.
And probably the second line is to avoid f5, playing just knight e5 in time.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. Bishop d2 now, and also f5,
Wow.
closing yourself, just the structure. As e6 square is very well covered by knight from c7, black has already exchanged the potential jumper to e6, which was knight on f3, and also gotten rid of their light squared bishop. So there is, in this position, f5, well, I think it's a very good move.
And it's one of the ways how to fight against two bishops, because after exchange on f3, in long term, white have here just two bishops advantage. But position is too close here.
So, logical move to take the open file, as now it's quite clear that rook a3 is not going to be the move that we want to do in this game. a6, still somewhere wanting some b5 ideas. b3 and b6. Slowly preparing something like rook b8 followed by b5. And the similar like in the game we already looked before, b6 is the move that you need, for example, to avoid something like rook b8, a5. When you will never be able to play b6 or b5 without damaging your pawn structure. And white, as we see, played king h1 here. That's a very natural prophylactic move, avoiding all sorts of future checks on dark squares.
So it's very interesting position, and in my point of view, absolutely unpredictable result. Probably it's very close to the equality, but maybe I can be wrong.
I personally move slightly favor black here, having some similarities to some Benoni structures, and always enjoying much having bishop on g7 and being able to push b5 without having to worry about kingside attack, which in this position all these factors seem to be working.
Okay, so can we change our board to, let's say, board number 2?
2.
A lot of things happened also here.
We left it at which point exactly? c6, queen c2 we saw, and we left it after rook d1, which was blitzed out instantly. So it was answered by bishop b4,
Which is a very logical line.
The idea behind playing b6, basically. Knight e5, and not knight bd7, but knight fd7. If I remember correctly, after knight bd7, you have to be willing to play
CD.
cd, knight c6, and either giving up light square bishop or playing rook c8 here, and oh no, here rook c8 was not even anymore.
I think rook c8 is even worse because you give me your best bishop.
I can also, I think, take a queen here.
Oh, okay. Probably.
So I'm confusing with a very similar line, I think. But okay, but the idea was that there is also a possibility of exchanging this pair of bishops. So that's the idea behind why such a maybe a little bit unusually looking move, knight fd7, but to simply keep control over the c6 square. So knight fd7, bishop c3, and now simply capturing on e5. Queen c7, once again running away from pin, which is always very unpleasant to be under pin, so it's very natural that once your queen gets pinned, that's by a rook, you try to just run away if it's possible. Knight d2, finishing development by both sides, and cd. cd, rook ac1. Again, fighting for the open file, and knight f3, protecting on e5.
So looks like white has a little bit more space here, and I would say that they are staying just a little bit with a more comfort.
Ideas probably are connected with sometime trying to either break e4, yes?
I would try to play, like, let's say queen a4, maybe even queen g4, trying to make some kind of pressure on the king side.
Feels very unlikely with the bishop being stuck behind my pawn on e5. Also, my bishop from g2 will never participate in an attack, so I don't see any pieces joining in.
So the plan B is e4, or maybe plan A even.
Feels like a little bit more positional kind of need for some more positional ideas. It's interesting, what do we answer after something like knight c5? As I wanted to suggest knight d2, not allowing knight to e4, but that would be a repetition by after knight d7, which I don't think is the plan.
Maybe just bishop d4, using this pin. Right now I'm ready to play b4 even, maybe.
Maybe. It just felt for me a little bit like d4 would be square which I would like to reach with my knight. Maybe knight d4 was possible.
Maybe.
Bishop d4, probably we could answer with something like a5, gaining some more space on the queen side. Later on, maybe playing something like bishop a6 and trying to force some weakenings of white squares.
Okay, looks like bishop d4 is not a bad idea. It's not a good idea. So maybe knight d4.
Does it work? Can we simply take the pawn on e5, or it's too dangerous? Let's see.
We have to count.
We don't have anything to lose.
Yeah.
We are not under any risk here, so why not to see, simply. So
no knight b5 because of queen b8, probably.
So we have one jump, knight c6, which probably leads to exchange of knight against dark squared bishop on e7.
Or maybe we can take on a7 as well.
That's another idea, yes. So let's see, knight c6. Probably queen d6, not queen c7. Or actually, to avoid taking on a7, maybe it's actually better queen c7. Or it doesn't change anything, simply. Yeah, queen d6 might run under some
But-
ideas of e4.
But I can take on a7 anyway.
Yes, you can. That's probably true.
And
And
knight
then
b5.
Queen. That's a very good question. Queen where?
Maybe queen d7. And let's say knight a3. Oh,
Queen d7. I think I'm not going to be too bothered about a2 pawn.
you will give the pawn.
I would like to
interesting
get some
idea.
activity with something like knight d4, and in case you capture knight 2, to try to make e4 work. As it's obvious that you are not able to capture in any way on e4 due to knight f5. Maybe not so obvious as you have also knight d3 ideas, but it felt to me that I have this discovered attack for the queen and double pressure against g7 pawn, and it should be dangerous.
Yeah, after knight d3, you can just take on g4 or g7, I think, since there is a pin.
Yeah, it's a very complicated position. As black is also getting some counter blows now with bishop c5 and
Now it's a very interesting position. Let's say knight
Knight
h5,
h5.
yeah,
something like
f5.
and this is something we would like to see in the board happening, definitely. It's totally unpredictable. And of course, if you turn on engine, this is just probably clearly one-sided winners. But
But to calculate it on board, playing on the second board of European Ladies Championship, it's quite difficult. In my point of
yeah,
view.
so we can conclude that this position is in general in positional manner, but in any moment it can just switch to being totally unpredictable. Queen b8 was played by Elena, which is natural move, of course. Again, getting your queen out of the crossfire and still keeping pressure on e5 pawn and just asking white, actually, what is their plan? Now one move that definitely has to be considered is e4, as this knight is
Hanging on.
hanging. So just to show that probably taking on e4 is not possible due to, or maybe it is even possible, rook d7, capturing on f3. Can we win something here? So
The first question, do we need to win something here, or maybe just to run away with a bishop because of this very powerful rook on d7?
but we have sacrificed the pawn for that. That's a little bit a problem, and this pawn on f3 is a nail in our position.
But at the same time, let's say, to take on f3 is a very dangerous idea because of, let's say, bishop a8 after it, and queen is ready to
Yeah, so
have a party on this big diagonal.
probably it's not the way to go for white. So no e4 straight away, and could guess that now it's time to start to prepare it in some way.
But knight d4 right now is not an option because of knight e5. So
Yeah,
it's a very interesting position. I'm still looking on this idea to place queen on g4 and to play h4, h5, and
well,
so
we can
on.
definitely try it out. There's no reason why not.
So knight is c5 probably, right?
Seems nice to,
And
if
queen
I
g4.
can bring my knight to e4 with a tempo. And now I'm getting a lot of already dreams about catching your queen. Maybe with some g6, h5, forcing it to some very, very dangerous square.
But at the same time, let's say bishop d4.
d4, yes.
take, take.
Take, and once
And
again.
rook c8. Okay, and my queen is out of play. Probably it's not the best idea to place it on g4. But, well, how to improve the position playing with white?
Queen b8. Well, Maria being a very strong player, probably better player than both of us, so maybe let's leave her to this
Maybe even
solving
not,
this problem.
not
yes.
just both of us, but just the sum of us. Better than the sum of us. So even 1 + 1 maybe here is just worse than Maria Muzichuk. That's why she is a former world champion. Okay, maybe we can see what's going on the board 3, where Nana Dzagnidze is playing with Ekaterina Talik. Oh, a lot of action is here. I see very nice rook on b5.
I see very typical Benoni position
Okay.
reversed. So we left this position after castle. Bishop b2 was not played. I didn't think it was going to happen. I felt like
But it's
some
very,
other moves would be more useful.
but it's very interesting because bishop b2, if I'm not wrong, it was like 500 games of 525 games. So let's say 99%
But you don't
probability.
You don't think it was?
It was the same position, yeah.
Yes, but you were checking it in this tree function,
Yes.
where it's often that if the move order was different and it just reaches with this move that exact position which is in database, then it gives you this move as main line.
Yeah, maybe.
So because it felt like right now there's no reason for white to go to b2, but I didn't want to argue with database. But bishop a3, well, it's a very logical approach, saying that I will try to take control of the black squares in this game. d3, a5. Still also showing that black is not willing to give up black squares. Bishop e7, rook e7, very interesting. Bringing rook ready to participate in action, either on d7 or c7, knight e5.
Also quite logical move, aggressive one.
To stop e5 break, as for example, if he plays some move like knight a3 wanting to simply go to b5 or c2, black would just happily answer with e5.
And bishop become very active here.
And yes, and black is one move away from either bishop f5 and pressuring against d3 or bishop g4 and pinning very annoyingly or knight. So knight e5 is absolute must, I would even say, in this position. Knight takes, rook takes, queen c7, asking white's rook where is it gonna go, and it says that it's not afraid. Rook b5, very common idea which we see in Benoni, well, so yeah.
So it's interesting position where two pieces or two white pieces are extra strong. This is rook b5 and bishop g2, and three pieces are out of play. So it's quite interesting type of position. As I'm not very familiar with Benoni opening, not just I'm not. I know this opening, but I'm not so good in this opening theory. So for me, it's quite very interesting type of game where it's already 15 move and 15th move, and rook on a1 is out of play, knight on b1 is out of play, and white are still staying okay. Quite interesting.
Yes. So also very common now this move, rook a7, which would seem strange, but well, it has a very simple point. If white does any other move, I just want to play bishop d7. Now my b7 pawn is well protected, so you'll be forced to, well, give up your rook. So, but it's not that the white just played rook b5 without not being aware of such a possibility of rook a7, and they had their move in mind, which is just a very classical idea of just playing b4, opening up the b file, and later on hoping to double there and create some pressure for the b7 pawn. So ab, knight d2, e5. Playing the move which we desire to play with the rook on steal on e1, but it's still something that we want to do to activate our bishop from c8. So, and what I want to note is that white is always going to have troubles defending d3 pawn, as there is not, let's say, comfortable way how to do it.
So how would you evaluate this position? Is it close to equality, or maybe black are already taking initiative here?
It's a very good question. I think it favors white, actually. Being a fan of Benoni structures from black side, I like to have it on board, and this seems like everything that you might want. You will recapture on b4 in some way. Maybe even now. Maybe you just play queen b3 now, or no, queen b3 will be met by rook a3.
Rook a3, yes, not so easy.
Yes. So probably we have to get rid of this one.
And let's say bishop f5.
And bishop f5, I will play my desired queen b3, protecting on d3 and keeping pressure against b7. Yeah, it's all about tempos, because if black could play now knight d7 and reach c5 square, I would say that black is better, as in the structures, once knight is on the perfect square of c5 here, it's pressuring d3, it's having ideas to jump to a4, followed by also one of the dream squares on c3.
But maybe I can do it, just to play knight d7 right now. Because it's a very big question if you can take on b7, because d3 is hanging on too.
That's a very good point, yes.
Just listening about this story and analysis from the good expert of Benoni, I'm just start to think maybe knight d7 is so good that I can play it right now.
Maybe it's just something you have to do.
So we'll take everything,
a lot
queen,
of exchanges.
yes, take knight c5, probably, or maybe not even. Maybe I can take it right now on d3.
I think this is the square where you want to go with the knight anyway, so
Maybe.
bishop d5 is probably the move.
And let's take
With bishop or with
probably bishop.
Yes, it seems reasonable. And now
And after a4 there is e4, and that's a big question: who is faster?
yes, it's getting very
Complicated.
double-edged, yes. Yeah, so let's jump back. As we were very far from the game, it was very complicated, definitely. And well, I think it's just a very unpredictable and complex game. And the side which maybe feels the position better will benefit in this game more. And we could conclude on that note. And let players think and go on a short break.
So stay tuned and see you in a few minutes.
Hello, welcome back to the sixth round of European Women Individual Chess Championship. Games are still going on. We are back after a short break, and before looking at them, we wanted to show you how does it actually look here for players in Riga. And on the Facebook page of European Chess TV, there is a very nice 360-degree picture of the playing hall. So why don't we take a look at that before switching on to games? So here you can see, yes, how it looks exactly from
the center of the playing hall.
Of course, all the players are very focused, and as the games are going on, and the importance of the games is very high. As we all know, this is European Championship. It has very big prize fund, as well as top 14 places qualify for the World Championship. So here we are moving towards the top boards. So you can see first 12 boards are having a little more space than the rest of the players, but well, playing conditions are very nice for all the players, I think. And we have done a full circle. So that's a little sidestep from actual games, and just to show you how does it look like here. And now we will switch back to games, as there's quite a lot of action, and we don't want to miss anything.
So should we start with the first board?
Yes, I think let's do that, as there has been quite a big change in the whole concept of the position. We left it
on f5 move, which we considered as Tom's analysis is a good move, blocking any possibilities and playing against two bishops. So if I understand right, Alexander Goryachkina made very aggressive answer. In the next few moves, it's g4 somewhere.
So we saw king h1, prophylactic move, avoiding some checks on dark squares. Black following up with their main plan here to push b5. And Goryachkina played g4.
Very aggressive approach of playing this position, and probably the right one.
Yeah, I guess it's otherwise hard to see actually how to improve her position, as she has set up all her pieces in well, more or less good way, correct way, and well, have to follow up with something. So g4, yes, and after fg, she recaptures with the pawn, which is, with the queen, sorry, which is very interesting. Not to. So black answered is b5, ab, and she's playing knight e4.
So knight is attacking d6 square, but the main line probably is to go on g5 to attack h7 point, by the way, because there are some interesting lines with sacrificing it and taking on g6, and probably there is a mate. And also knight can go to e6 square. So, well, I'm actually liking this idea played by white.
Well, if this knight jump is so dangerous, then probably what we have to do right now is knight f6 to
probably
exchange it. Let's take a look at that. So knight f6.
So do we have to take it?
I can't imagine any other move, as otherwise I would just simply maybe even take on d5 or.
And what about, let's say, queen g2?
Two.
I just like it more.
Okay, and let's say I take on e4.
I take with bishop. I'm still wanting to play f5 and open these old files to the king, since my queen on g2 is quite good aggressive piece. Looking on right now king. It's not actually a right pin, but it's very close to it.
This is interesting, I agree.
Because I don't like actually right now knight on c7. Maybe even to play knight e8 right now, just to try to activate it. Or it's too slow.
Feels slow. I don't know. I think we have to. Knight e8 is. I don't know if I want to reach actually f6 with it. If that's the right sort of activization, as it's gonna be just blocking our dark squared bishop, and I don't see where it's gonna go after that, as well as we are giving up any possibility to control e6 square.
So maybe the next idea is to play b4 and knight b5 and let's say knight c3 or d4, something like that.
Yes, that.
But what happened
would
after
be
f5?
much more what we would like to achieve.
Let's
So
say
let's say b4
and f5.
and f5.
And no g5 because it's controlled by white. I'm actually like white position because it's very aggressive and white pieces stays better. I'm not sure about rook b8, let's say.
Yeah, and those two bishops are becoming very dangerous pieces.
Exactly, yeah.
Knight f6 was played by Katerina, so she also probably felt that she can't allow knight g5 jumps.
And I'm expecting queen g2 right now.
Yeah, as after capturing an f6, we are simply
Helping. opponent.
activating black's queen. It's participating in defense a little bit, and also giving already chance to play with one move, something like rook b8, trying to simplify position a little. So let's take a look again. Knight f6 and queen g2. Very interesting idea. And, well, I guess principal line right now is to check what happens if we take this pawn on d5.
My plan was to play knight g5.
Knight g5. Now we are maybe threatening to take on h7.
There were two ideas. My second idea to play knight e6 and let's say after knight e6 to take on d5, winning one more piece.
So I will play something like queen f6, protecting my g6 pawn.
And still knight e6.
Knight e6 and
Or maybe just rook f7, yeah?
f7, yes.
Okay, maybe not so easy.
Of course, what happens now is white can capture on g7. We have lost a pawn. Sacrificed the pawn or lost a pawn. That's an interesting question. But for that, we have two potentially very strong bishops. And if we would only manage to reach long diagonal, a1, h8 diagonal by black squared bishop, we would be just doing fantastic. So it's possible that it's worth to sacrifice this pawn, as we have some options of c4, kicking this knight out of the center, and later on just few improving moves, and our bishops might become deadly pieces.
Yeah, c4 looks interesting.
I'm not sure about it straight away, though, as it would open up the
No, but
b file.
idea to take with the bishop here.
Oh,
Because the bishop become a monster on this diagonal and...
yes, that's true. So I am not even probably allowed to take on c4.
of course.
So after c4, I have to play something like knight e7, hoping to block on f5.
But right now it's like bishop a5, let's say. Or maybe not.
Maybe bishop b2.
Or
simply.
maybe bishop b2 with c1 with idea to b2, yeah, of course.
It could be that now finally I can take, actually.
And if, let's say, bishop b2?
C3?
Ah, okay, then
But
bishop takes,
bishop takes
and
and
d5,
then-
bishop
and-
b2.
Yes, and very complex position,
Yeah.
and those feels like those bishops will say the last word in this position. But in the game we see that Alexandra captured on f6. So, and this is the current position in the game. So all our analyses are not so important anymore, aren't? So, okay. And so let's move on to the rest of the games,
Yeah.
as there are a lot of them running, and we should try to cover more. So there is some change in the structure of this game. Oh, seems like black managed to reach e4 with a knight, and white decided that it's worth to give up bishop for this knight. See, how did it happen? We left it after queen b8. e3 was played.
Not expected from us. Totally not expected.
Creating, yeah, very interesting. Just blocking, fixing d5 pawns, any advancements, and maybe having sometimes some queen e2 possibility.
So knight c5 probably.
And
Yes.
knight e1.
Quite interesting.
Yes, definitely.
Our suggestion was to go forward, just e4, maybe in queen to g4, but Maria is decided to go back.
To regroup her pieces. Now queen e2. And, well,
It's interesting position. So what next? Knight goes to g2 and f4, or maybe on c2 and let's say d4. But I'm not really understanding what he might be doing there.
yes, it's... Black's bishops seem to be working very good. Not perfect, but well, they are good, and white squares are very weak for white, so they have to watch out not to...
The only question
Allow
about
some-
black position here is what to do with the queen, because right now queen is absolutely out of play, and I have no really idea how to activate it. Maybe rook d8,
Yes,
something like
and
that.
like exchanging at least one pair of rooks and thus having more space, and then the queen could come out.
And by the way, if we reach endgame, it would be a very good idea to exchange bishop b7 to knight e1. Then we will have just a better endgame.
Yes, that would be a dream, but I don't think it's going to happen, as players are aware of
We'll
that,
see.
and it's easy to avoid such an exchange. And it's more likely that knight will get exchanged for black squared bishop, and we will reach some different colored bishop position.
So maybe we can run fast due to other games, because there are a lot of things.
Yes, once again, quick look at board 3, and then checking some games which we didn't check for some time.
So still Benoni structure,
And white has managed to exchange knights.
which probably is a good idea for white.
Yes, as black, let's move through the game. As e5 was played, white took on b4, h6, simple prophylactic move, a4, gaining some space and also wanting to just play rook b1 without any need to defend a pawn in other ways. And knights went to try to reach the perfect square of c5, b1, knight c5, and white understood that once this knight is there, it has to be dealt with. So knight e4, exchanging knights, now g6, and queen f3. So there is a lot of pressure against b7 pawn, but there is also a lot of defense for this pawn. That is... Feels like this game is running to some very equal stage.
But at the same time, with every exchange, I think pawn on d3, if bishops are still on board, will be even and even worse here. Because the pawn structure is fixed, and e5 and d4 pawns are not going somewhere. And probably black has the idea to play king g4, or maybe even f5, or not.
Probably yes, king g7, somewhere to prepare f5, and then have some potential break of e4.
But at the same time, after king g7, let's say, there is an interesting idea to play rook b6 and to take this 6th rank, and maybe even some... Oh, okay.
So,
f5 was my next idea after king g7, but
maybe it doesn't matter what's the move order.
maybe, yeah.
Now bishop d5 has to be played, and we
And
simply
king
go
g7, yeah.
king g7, yeah.
So very interesting position, and I would say that draw is the less expected result. I would say that one of sides should win this game.
I would say that draw is very likely.
Okay.
Well, we'll see.
So we can...
Let's move on to board number 4, where we left it in the opening phase where Olga Zimina was trying to deal with Elizabeth's idea of pushing h-pawn. We see that Poland has advanced quite far.
And we don't see checkmate right now, so Olga Zimina did well. And there is no straight attack.
So let's take a quick look what happened. We left it after queen d2. It was played knight bd7, not reacting to h5 break, and knight c5.
Just activating pieces.
Yes, putting pressure on e4 pawn, as f3 is not possible due to capturing h5 pawn. Probably.
I think not so easy, because on e4 there is no threat right now because of knight takes, and this queen on d2 and a5 is under pressure.
Yes, that's true.
So probably right now it's not a pressure, but the closest future will show us that f3 must be played.
So white chose to try to show
Very
that
interesting
bishop is...
choice, because h6 is quite important choice to make. It's closing position where white wanted to make a checkmate, and I'm not really sure about this move. Why not to open the h file?
Yeah, I agree. It's so very big decision, very responsible one. Well, perhaps she felt that she will manage to close now kingside, maybe by playing f3 g4, and that's having this bishop stuck there. Yes, but well.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea just to close the bishop on h8 forever, and just to play on the queen side with extra piece.
So in the game it was played rook b1, queen d8, f3, knight h5, b4, knight a6, was captured, knight e2, f5, and ef. And as we can see, white's plan, if it was the plan in fact, with g4, g5, didn't really work out. So now probably the only move is to capture gf.
Gf probably is impossible because of rook h5.
Yes, sorry. So
but
bishop f5. I thought
bishop f5.
I'm blundering g4.
Or bishop b1.
Yes, but there is bishop b1.
And what happens next? Because it's just fire on the board.
Oh, it feels like I don't have any pieces to support my attack, so...
Because g takes and bishop f5 probably, and nothing...
After bishop f5, rook b3 was played already.
And now g4 is hanging.
But it's not too hard to deal with this threat, probably, so it's... And as you can see, Black has a possibility of opening bishop from h8, now moves like e4 potentially. So it's extremely double-edged position, in my opinion.
And a very interesting one, indeed.
Yeah, it really feels like today we are seeing, as prognosed by Emil Sotowski yesterday, that in open tournament it rarely happens that there is 2 days in a row when games are simply not so active, like not so filled with ideas and crazy tactics. And well, today we're seeing just so many complex ideas.
So maybe we can switch to another game, Natalia Zhukova and Bella Khatanashvili, which I expected a lot of tactics and attack, but looks like I was wrong, because it looks like very positional game.
This was the game which started with the moves of bishop f5.
I would say that it started much more interesting than we see it in the last position.
Yes, and we even see that the game has been agreed to a draw already. So bishop c8 was played. Yeah, players are speaking with each other, so that means that it's over. Bishop e3, bishop g7, queen d2, all very logical. Knight a6. After big maneuvers by bishop f5, bishop g4, we are entering just more or less normal phase. And e5 now.
So it looks like very strange kind of King Indian defense, probably.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
e5. And just captures, bishop d7. White had to play back with the rook to c1, queen a5, a3, rook f8, rook c2, and h5, and draw was offered and accepted.
Okay. My forecast wasn't right. I expected much more fire from this game, but well.
But it's also understandable. This is a midway mark of the tournament, round 6 from 11 rounds to go. Free day is after tomorrow's game, after round 7. So as the tension is so high, players can be quite tired already, and they are just a little bit waiting for the free day without ruining their chances for a good tournament. And so being in a leaders group, draw is a good result for both players.
So maybe we can switch to another game where Sarah Holt, who is doing great this tournament, is playing against Anna Muzychuk, and I see very active rook on b2, and well,
and
also one extra pawn.
Pawn up, yes. So something must have went wrong, very wrong for Sarah.
So
or is there something concrete in this moment that we are actually not seeing?
And what did we left this position? I think in
left it after queen c2, queen b5. So rook e1 was played. Black answered this very logical rook e8, rook e3. An interesting maneuver, probably with an idea that white wants now to play something like knight to f1 and to threaten some a3 ideas.
So a4 against a3, exactly.
a3 had to be played not to allow a3 by black. Bishop a5, queen d3.
Actually, I think that Anna is doing just great, because she has 2 bishops and very interesting pawn structure, and b file just open.
And lead in development.
Yeah,
White
exactly.
is having quite a lot of trouble developing bishop from c1, so it seems like...
So it looks like very good preparation made by Anna Muzychuk, top seed in this tournament. And yes, something went wrong for Sarah.
Yeah, bishop c2, very nicely regrouping bishop from the an attacking e4 pawn now, and I guess there
Yes,
is no way to defend it anymore.
And Toms look on this bishop on c1 and rook on a1, and well, e4 pawn also is hanging on right now. So I think it's totally wrong for white here.
Yeah, and we also see players on camera. At least we see Sarah, and she seems to be...
Not very happy.
Yes. And which is understandable, as she is simply a pawn down and in a worse position against top seed of the tournament.
So probably rook c3 must be played right now.
Rook c3.
Yes, I tried to just sketch something.
I think rook c1 is more likely,
And
as
when
rook
it's-
from e3 is still protecting on e4.
Yeah, but
and
I want to exchange everything, to take on c6, c7, and is it impossible?
So rook c3 now.
I just want to activate my pieces, continue the plan of Sarah made by bishop d2.
So, and after bishop e4,
I just take with second knight, yeah, probably.
knight takes.
And let's say...
Once again, you have
yes,
to
I
take.
have to take, yes. And just take another pawn.
But I must remind you that you're pawn down.
Yes, I take another pawn.
And after rook.
d2, yes, and looks like bad. Rook f1 and let's say rook b3. And it looks like a problem. Or maybe even rook a2.
Well, it
In
looks
any
just
case-
very bad, yes.
Okay, I agree.
And
In-
maybe there was even some improvement for black on the way, as starting with rook d2 and having rook c2 without giving up c-pawn. And
So it's all about the chess in the 21st century, when deep preparation gives you a lot of advantage, and we see that Anna Muzichuk is really great in it. So maybe we can switch to another position, just letting Sarah to think about what to do.
we can switch to next board. But Sihashvili, Nino against Nechaeva Marina, where we left it when white played bishop f5, and we liked this move a lot, and this pin was very annoying to deal with.
And looking on the final position, we still like position of white. So let's see what happened.
Black tried to deal with the pin straight away, which is very understandable. Queen b5.
Still attacking everything possible.
So it's forcing black to make some action, as there are two pieces hanging at the moment. So bishop c3 was probably just forced. Rook c3, trying to, well, take away one defender from the knight to d7. Takes, and knight f8. Bishop b2 back.
Interesting idea. Maybe against knight e4, just
Not to be under any tempers, yeah. Just a simple prophylactic move, as bishop is exposed on c3, also even against such moves like queen c7. And so,
and there is monster on e5, actually.
yeah. So knight a6, and again, just simple positional move a4. So white is very confident about their position and certain that they are in no rush, and they can just try to slowly improve their position.
And probably they are right, because right now I'm just wondering how to improve black position. Bishop on b7 is not playing at all, and a6 square probably is not reachable. Because of queen c8, we can meet with rook c1, let's say, and rook become even better. And knight e4, in my point of view, also is not a threat right now.
But it feels like an attempt for some activity, at least.
Yes, of course. Maybe
Maybe
queen
the
d6 can
Only
be played.
attempts for activity. Queen d6.
because in our previous time when we saw this position, I just wondered how to activate this queen on b8, which was
Queen
out of
d6
play.
was actually played as well.
Aha, okay. At least I'm playing right now like Marina Nechaeva.
Well, yeah, and it has very clear point that queen wants to probably go next to b4, and just to be kind of tying white's queen to defense of b3, also putting some pressure on b4. So yeah, that's a very good.
And probably one more thing, it's defending any tactical ideas according to knight f7 or let's say
Queen
knight on
h3
e6. Maybe,
or,
yeah,
yeah.
Maybe something like that.
So yeah, it's just making the position more stable and more securing it. But well, still it feels like
White
white
are
should
better,
be
yeah.
better, yes. And two bishops and the monster knight on e5, they should be giving an advantage.
So maybe let's see the next game where Olga Giria, who didn't win yesterday, better endgame with queen and the knight against queen and the bishop, is playing against prodigy from Greece, Stavroula Tsalakidou. And what do we see here is very strong pawns advanced on b4 and a4.
And very centralized king for white.
Okay.
So it's very, once again, yeah, just, it's wild position. Okay, we left it after this interesting move of a4, and she chose not to take the pawn. And let's see that. Wow, another positional pawn sacrifice.
Some kind of Benko ideas to play just b4, b8, b5, and just to clean up the queen side and to use open files for it. But I'm not.
This is not even a sacrifice, as after cb we can simply even recapture straight away on d5. So it feels like a very strong move just to deal with any problems that might arise having some pressure for white on the queen side. You just straight away a4, b5 and liquidate them all. 92, protecting on d5 in the same time trying to capture back on c4. Bishop b7, putting an extra pressure on d5 pawn and forcing e4. And black is straight away trying to use.
It's a very logical
This-
play by both. I like c6
Yeah.
to open all the files. Knight c4.
And black felt that now it's time to castle finally.
And interesting moment that white could castle as well, or not. Bishop a6 probably, yes.
Or simply capturing on d5.
Okay,
and
not so
dropping a
easy,
pawn,
unfortunately.
yeah. So there were some problems to solve, and cd was played, ed, and bishop is a6.
Saying no, 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 no castle at all.
You had your chance, now it's gone. So white played the logical queen takes on a4, as well. At least they have a pawn for having a king in the center, as well as there are threats of b5 now, due to rook hanging on a8, queen b7, blocking b5, and still keeping white's king in the center, queen c2,
And rook c8 probably, yes.
no,
No,
knight
in
d7, a4, and rook fc8 now. So just to point out the tactical moment of this position, why b5 is not possible,
Just
is that
taking.
taking, and taking is meant by taking on a1, where we are not able to capture on a1 due to rook c2. So it feels like a very unpleasant position for white to play.
And very concrete variations to count, because if everything is okay for black, then just black close to winning this position, I think, because this initiative is absolutely amazing. King is in the center, and development for white is much weaker than black development, and a lot of tactical possibilities here, probably even e4, let's say, and idea to activate the knight on d3 or somewhere.
Maybe even some crazy stuff like rook takes c3.
Yeah, maybe.
And just sacrificing in exchange for, well, and playing for the fact that white is still playing without a rook on h1 and without a bishop on g2. So this material in sacrifice is like not really there. This how to formulate this more precisely, but
and what's even more, white can't play just bishop f1 trying to make a castle here, because pawn on d5 is hanging, and actually there are a lot of tactics on this big diagonal to h1 where is still standing rook. So yes, there is concrete problems to solve by Olga Giria. Probably one of ideas is to move rook a1 somewhere.
but where?
With idea to play b5, maybe even rook c1, let's say.
Rook c1.
I'm just trying to play b5.
Yes, maybe that's something.
And second
you have
idea
to do.
probably is to play, let's say, queen b2 or something like that.
She also played rook c1. which
Okay.
is- you are on fire. So, yeah, this is very concrete now, b5. So black has to do something about it. Bishop c4 we don't really want to play. We will play it only if we have to, as bishop c4 allows recapturing and probably simply castling. So we would like to find some way to keep this king still in the center.
But the thing I'm thinking about now is the castling is really possible? Because after castle and, let's say, rook a c8, there is a lot of pressure on the
I
this
think I saw
diagonal.
a simple move like
And it's, let's say, knight b6. I'm still attacking this whole thing.
yes, but the best
And let's say take.
you get is you get your pawn back.
But I'm still trying to take also on b4 in some variations. Let's say a5, knight b.
Let's say bishop a1.
Okay.
Now you have to choose. You can't take everything.
I will definitely take on the a4, because on d5 just opening the position against two bishop is just suicide in my point of view.
Yes, but now I'm activating all my pieces already.
But at the same time, do you think that your bishops are very good here? Because of this fixed structure on d5 and d6?
No, not at the moment, but I think I'm not in big danger in this position, as I will have some compensation due to my b pawn. Even if you manage to capture on d5, then my bishop will open and my b pawn will always be a dangerous one.
So yeah, it's very interesting position. It's this kind of pawn structure is just familiar for me from Benko, which I'm quite often playing, and this idea when one single pawn is on queen side is under attack by black, but at the same time it's advanced pawn which is running to the promotion square, and this kind of dances by knights. It's very interesting thing, and I think it's a very interesting position to play. And I don't see any advantage here.
I think it's a very interesting position to analyze.
Yes, that's
Not
right.
to play. That's a
right.
big difference, as we were discussing
Yeah.
already on previous days, that once you get something so complex over the board in such a tournament, it's like, it's just so responsible, every move, every nuance, that is, you maybe not enjoy it always.
Yeah, that's a very good idea, so I agree with you. Yeah. So maybe we can switch
Came
to
to my mind just another idea of knight b6 here. My point being that I will try to play knight a4 after b5.
And if I take, not
there,
this
yeah?
one, but on a4.
Then I am saying that your king is never leaving the center.
Yes, but why not never? Bishop f1 I want to play somehow. Let's say queen b3, maybe. Just making a pin. And on any move I will play bishop f1. I will try to.
Okay, I'm guessing I need to do something right now. Queen d7, that doesn't feel like the correct move, but maybe. So how could I keep the pressure all for the... Intuitively it feels like this should be quite good. I am having 2 pawns for a piece, and king is still in the center.
Only one.
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 Oh,
One
that's
is
right.
not so good.
Yeah, that's right.
So I don't know if you have compensation. Of course, my king is awful, right? And my rook on h1 is awful too, but I don't see any threats right now.
Well, it's definitely also a very hard decision to make, to sacrifice the
Definitely,
full
of
piece.
course.
And we see that in the game it didn't happen, probably because of that objectively it's not the best move. What we see is queen c7, which means that now white is going to play b5.
And after bishop b7, just a castle, and
And
what
after
is going on?
bishop b7, just a castle,
Knight b6 probably,
or knight c
on c5.
knight b6 probably, as we have move a5.
Yes, and what's happening?
b6, a5, and capturing on d5. What's happening? That's a very good question.
Okay, it's fire on board, and maybe we can switch to another game. To
As
see.
we could spend still a lot of time on this
Yeah,
one.
because in my point of view, we can analyze this position approximately all the 3 hours left in our broadcast, and probably all the night, and probably next day. So maybe we can switch to, let's say, Irina Bulmaga against Monika Sochko. Also here we see that a lot of things happened, and rook on f7 is amazing.
And what is the interesting thing that we see king on a8, and we would expect that black castled the queen side, but in fact black's king did a very long march without castling. So let's take a look. We left it after f4 g4 in this moment, and bishop h4 was played as expected. So cd, cd, queen c4 as well was expected, making some pressure for the d4 pawn. So white had to play rook a d1 and king d7, running away.
By the way, our idea was not to take on d4, but to keep the pressure as far as possible. Let's say queen c4 without taking, and just to have the pressure.
Yeah, that's true, but maybe the problem was that then white has an option of taking themselves, and after, let's say, queen c5, we play bishop f2,
Maybe.
and we are trying to make a c4 break.
Probably.
And like this, queen side is closed, there can't be any pawn breaks anymore, and black is just running with the king.
But at the same time, white have f5 possibility.
So f5, rook e8 was played, capturing, check, and king running to c8. Some sort of long castle idea.
So next move probably was c3. Oh, bishop f6.
f6,
Okay.
and g8,
And
rook b1. Trying to create something.
And
for the king.
c3.
c3.
Yes, c3.
But that's the thing, that black is having such a nice control over all the light squares that not much is happening for black's king, and just simply prophylactically moving it to a8, where it's absolutely safe and out of any danger. a4 and still rook b8. And what's happening now is that white understood that probably there is no clear way how to improve. So that's why bishop h4 back.
So should we wait for, let's say, rook gf8, trying to activate pieces and exchange some rooks? Because if I'm...
Yes, that could be true, as after that I would be already willing to take on a4. Or maybe I can capture on a4 already.
By the way, I saw interesting idea after rook b, going somewhere to play a5, and after, let's say, knight a5 to take on a7.
Probably that's why the last move by black was rook b8.
Ah, okay.
So, and there's maybe also, so I think I understood bishop h4, as with the rook b8, also in this position black is just saying that next move I will play rook b7
And catch the
and
rook.
force the exchange of rooks. So, and after which I will just try to play for weak a4 pawn, weak c3 pawn, as without a rook on 7th rank the danger is more or less gone. So after bishop h4, if we play rook b7 now, then white can answer with rook f6 and attacking both of these pawns. So then it's still not so clear. Very interesting positional idea, but I am liking black myself better. What do
Yeah,
you think?
because in long term, if dynamical factors will be destroyed by black, because dynamical factors are better for white here because of rook f7, and this bishop is still more active than knight c6. But in long term, pawn structure is just better for the knight. Due to two things. First of all, the position is quite closed before fixed pawns in the center, and the second moment is that white pawns are staying on dark squares and bishop is dark, and that means that bishop in the endgame will be very bad and very passive. And so the only thing white can do is just attack and one more time to attack. And if they succeed, that's great. If not, I think that it will be a very hard endgame to defend.
That's the current position. I'm expecting next move to be rook h6.
Yes, and probably rook h8 is possible because of pawn in 6. So that's the point about activity.
But there is, after rook h6, I am guessing that black can simply capture on a4.
And after take?
After take, let's say I'm just going back, and well, it's kind of typical structure for some price defense positions, and now I'll be trying just to push my A and B pawns.
I think I have even more crazy idea to play b5 and b4, and just to destroy everything in the center, to take on d4 because it's hanging, and just turning it to the endgame with this fixed structure. Maybe it's a crazy idea, but I will activate my all pieces.
Yeah, it's definitely an idea, as this bishop on h4 is not doing, well, absolutely anything at all, as king is already long away from any possibilities for this bishop to create some threats. And even if white managed to pick up on g4, it doesn't seem likely that either h or g pawn will start marching. So that's why queen a3 was played by whites, not to give up a4 pawn.
Just answering Tom's analysis that, yeah, you are right, but no way I will defend it.
Now my question is, after queen d3, is white planning to play rook a1 really?
And what will happen after, let's say, knight a5 and knight c4 maybe even? Or it's a bad idea?
Yes, that's probably the thing. As after rook b3 we're definitely playing knight a5. And the point is that I'm attacking rook on b1 at the moment, and we don't have any moves like, let's say, rook f1 due to knight d4 simply. And this queen being pinned.
So after queen d3, probably
Queen d3 was played instantly.
it's a very good move. And what we see here is queen b2 maybe can be played.
Queen b2.
Or it's too passive. I don't like this move because it's too passive, and queen on a3 quite good, but at the same time it's under the tactics.
And it's absolutely admitting that I am just going to defend this position. I'm not playing it for anything more.
That's the way I'm not liking it, this move.
Even rook c8 now could be a thing. Or just knight a5 for the beginning and then followed by rook c8. And we also see that Monica is playing very fast. She's still having half an hour on the clock. It's obvious that she feels these structures very well and she feels confident about it, and Irina is burning a lot of time.
Yes, and looks like there are things to think about in this position. Actually, I don't like position for white anymore.
Yeah, me too, at all. So let's move on.
Yeah, where Huang Tang from Hungary is playing against Marta Michna from Germany.
Marta once again has managed to create sort of
something crazy is on the board.
Crazy, yes.
And very interesting.
It's very interesting thing that there are those players who always manage to get those positions with things happening. And I was not too familiar with Marta's game before this tournament, but now seeing her playing here, every round there's something interesting, some action, something happening. Now, rook takes on e4. Look at that.
Very creative approach to play the game. Opponent just wanted to take bishop on b7. Okay, never mind. I just try to attack.
So let's take a look. If there was played f takes on e4, but I want to look what was after rook queen b7.
Probably queen take f2 maybe.
Queen takes f2. That's also possible, yes. I was expecting actually for here to be rook e2.
No, but my idea is that queen was defending pawn on f2, so after takes, I will take on f2, and my idea is to play knight h4 in some variations. Or maybe queen f3 and then knight h4.
Yes.
Looks like very interesting.
Very strong.
Let's say it right now, queen f3. No, queen f3 maybe.
Do we need to? I'm threatening mate on g2.
Or maybe even this one is even better.
Maybe it's even just winning.
Yes, exactly.
So
very interesting creative idea.
Yeah, and it was answered by fe, queen e4, and it's possible that there's going to be a perpetual.
I don't see how.
King g1 probably can't be played
and knight h4.
Because of the knight h4, and
it looks bad. It looks very bad.
f3.
Knight takes. Oh no! Wait a minute. Yes, knight takes probably.
Takes queen, king, f2. I probably can even take on e1 here.
And what next?
And just queen h4 check.
And what next? King f1.
King f1
Where's
and just
perpetual?
bishop c8.
You don't want perpetual. You
I
want
don't
just
want
to win.
any. I have two pawns already for a piece, and well, why not to play?
And what
for him?
happens if queen f2? Let's say.
There's queen f2. Yes, that's true.
Bishop checks probably.
Yeah, not much, as knight g3
King
will be
G1.
very. The next move.
Yes, and
very
I don't see any attacks anymore.
So maybe we just take an h2.
And to give me one more piece. Very interesting.
In that case, I think there is perpetual.
Okay. So in any case, it's very creative and very aggressive approach to play the position, and very interesting way actually.
And right now, white has to choose if to go king g1 or to start by f3, thus eliminating possibility of knight takes f3 and forcing black to take with the queen. And what happens next?
Probably knight h4, but
Knight
after queen f2. That's the point. If Marta didn't see f3 move, which is not so obvious in my point of view, she might be in trouble.
f3 and queen f3 has been played.
But she was very fast. So
Well, there was
probably-
no choice. Even if she didn't see it before, once she saw it, she probably saw it just after she checked, and then, well, she understood that she has to take there.
So king g1 is played too because there is no other moves.
Yes. So
And the
now
question
she-
what's now?
As here, of course, we can still pick up some material with knight f3 and be piece down against 2 pawns, but it doesn't feel sufficient. Yes, just even knight g3 simply should be good enough, as I am probably forced to take back a piece. And, well, you can try some stuff like f5, but
But here's queen f3, let's say.
yes, I don't believe in like having a compensation here. They have chances, of course. There are always chances with king being so exposed, queens running around. Also, this bishop potentially can open, and but
But
objectively, it should be not enough.
Yeah. So any interesting position to be seen?
Let's see. We could take a look at. This looks interesting. Game between Sandu Michaela and Kashlinskaya Alina.
And last move was c4, just attacking the bishop. Black has 2 pieces for a rook and the pawn.
Yes, and both of these players are still in the very big group of players having 3.5 points, and anyone winning games in these groups are just a hand reach from the leaders.
Very interesting move c4, just trying to take a pawn on e4 probably.
Yeah. And probably a very good move, as if you look at this position, then unless white does something straight away, black is simply going to play knight f5. Capturing it is actually simply the rook. So it's even like forced to play c4, as I don't think that this can be considered a move.
Yes,
It
of
will
course.
go backwards.
Of course.
So very interesting, very unbalanced position.
So let's take maybe. Bishop takes c4.
Bishop b7 was played already, but we can take a look what was after bishop takes c4.
Probably take on e4.
Four. Forcing black to take, white takes. And now we have to deal with the pin.
But what let's say if knight f5?
Knight f5. I have a very interesting move here of queen g4. I don't know if it's good, but it's very nicely pinning everything.
Okay, I can't take because of my checkmate in one
On g8,
on
yes.
g8. So what can I do? Let's say if bishop e6. It doesn't. No, it doesn't
Yeah,
work
but-
because it's not a threat anymore.
Probably.
No, it's a threat because I want to take on g3. Maybe not so easy.
Bishop e6. Very interesting position. Probably queen g4 is not the best move. It just looked very tempting to do something like
It was
that.
very aggressive. It was so close to the king, with so many ideas, tactical ideas.
Maybe. No, that's rook f3 is not ink really. So yeah, perhaps this is not working. But after knight f5, well, you always have an option just to exchange.
And
And to
probably
play like
queen
crooks.
c2.
Queen c2.
What happens there?
Queen c2 is an interesting, yes, pinning the knight.
But does it work? So I can probably play on bishop e6.
Bishop b6.
There is
yes.
no d5 because of just maybe bishop c8 or something.
But why not? It's still there.
But I just go away.
And now I just play rook c3, pressuring c7. And I think this might be also the line that...
And if I make, let's say, 2 checks, let's say queen e1, and let's say e5. I'm not really sure because bishop b7, let's say.
Maybe I
would,
have to just go back.
Yes. But anyway, I will play bishop b7.
I'm threatening g4 here.
Okay.
You have to remember that you're
Okay,
pinned.
okay. Yes, I agree. So I have perpetual, but not more, probably.
And yeah,
And it's not enough for me. Okay, bishop b7 is more interesting move then.
so now the question
d5, yeah.
is if to play d5 or no. It feels like once you have a chance to close this bishop, you have to go for it.
But knight f5, let's say.
Knight f5, yes, and rook goes to c3. I don't see any other square for it.
By the way, it's interesting moment that Mikhail Sandu right now is in time trouble because there are approximately 10 moves before the time control, and she is now only 7 minutes left, and that means that she's having only about a minute for one move. So it's not the
Not so
best
much,
thing.
yeah.
Not so much in this type of position, actually.
I wanted to suggest in this position rook f3.
Whoa! And what happens if I take?
And I simply...
I take with a knight.
you can take with a knight.
I will try to defend this knight with knight g7
Yes, knight
and
g7
bishop
there
c8, maybe even...
I just got inspired by actual move played in a game, which is rook
What?
f3 right now.
Whoa! Absolutely amazing. But well, it's a pin.
It's a
It's
pin,
not
yes.
even a sacrifice.
And it's attacking knight on f6, so it's asking very concrete questions. And probably knight f5 can be met by
Rook f4, yeah.
rook f4. And taking on d4 is not possible due to knight still hanging.
I would try to play king g7 maybe, not in this position particular, but on the previous move.
Not.
With-
It was
without-
actually played.
Without... Okay.
So you are guessing moves very nicely today.
Of girls, yes. You know this movie when who was there? It's very famous movie when a guy just heard all the girls'
I
thoughts.
could read their minds, yes?
Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah, I don't remember the title, but of course. So king g7. So yeah, now rook f4 will be met by knight g6.
exactly, that was my idea actually.
So white logically answered with rook g3.
And if still knight g6.
Now I don't have a threat of knight f5 anymore.
Yes, but I'm just I just made my position quite stable, and I still have 2 pieces against the rook.
I'll probably then go d5, which I very much want to.
And let's say if knight h5 with idea to move on f4.
You are giving me quite a possibility to pressure against d pawn.
And let's say f5.
And f2, and
It's very dangerous in my point of view to play f3. Okay,
there is
but
knight hanging on h5.
probably we are a little bit tight, and maybe we can make a short break.
And be back for time trouble?
Yeah.
That sounds very good to me.
So right now you will see a little promo clip from our partner.
Chess24. Yes, so please stay tuned. Watch and wait for us back.
A question on Twitter from Damas. I should not have pronounced that. That was a bit of a trap. Yeah?
For those of you who are new to chess, it might look like ba3 is an illegal move here because white advances pawn 2 squares, not 1. But it's a little something we call en passant. And you can do that, but you have to do it instantly. You can't wait for a move, like let's say play king e7, king g2, and now try, because I'm gonna do it.
I'm sorry. This is too funny for words.
This is a software glitch? I'm pretty sure there's not allowed.
Lawrence. Hello, Lawrence. Yeah, I'll play 4 against Lawrence. And now he's going to play something against me which we discussed at length during the course of my stay. Yeah, he told me this is excellent. d5, this was what I was kind of hoping for, because now I think e5 is quite strong. No, Lawrence, this is not how chess works. Sadly, it would be much, much more fun if chess actually worked like this. But I don't think it does. Or maybe it does. Well, that's me regretting what I just said. How did I get from there to here is a little bit beyond me. And what's worse, I will never hear the end of it. My quality of life has just gone downhill tremendously because I'm actually sharing the office with the guy.
European Women Individual Chess Championship. We are approaching time trouble stage of the round. Well, lots of games are actually in time trouble, so we will not speak too much around and just focus on positions. Let's start by taking a quick look at our board one. A lot of things have happened here, a lot of pawns have come off.
But position is still interesting, and even exchanges didn't change this degree of how to say it, degree of position, let's say.
Well, but I have a feeling that right now after move rook d1, if I'm not missing something very crucial, the answer will be knight e3, followed by capturing on d4, knight g2, and something like what could be the move? Rook b4 or rook g4, and white could be trying to could be picking up some other pawn and being in a better endgame, and black is simply going to.
Wasn't there another crazy idea to take on d1, by the way?
Or maybe that.
I just take on d1.
Bishop takes.
Takes rook e1, and
King
let's say
h2.
knight e3.
93 even.
No.
Wow, I thought you were just going to take on d1.
Or maybe just to take, yes, exactly.
Although queen g6 now, I don't believe it. It's not enough. Just to show. Queen g6. All your pieces are too far, I think.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm
looks
still
like
having a
that.
pawn.
Okay, too crazy idea.
And after 93, I think it could be exactly the same. Queen g6.
Okay, doesn't work.
So we have absolutely no idea what's happening here, like to be objectively speaking, but players still are having some time here, so maybe we'll come back here in some 5 minutes, and now we can jump to some other positions. We were asked to take a look at a game between Fatalieva Ulve and Jolanta Zawadzka. As
There is a huge time trouble for white, for Ulvia Fatalieva, and about 5 moves should to be done before the time control, and only 41 seconds left on clock.
and apparently actually already a lot of last moves were played in last seconds.
Probably.
And looking at this position, it just looks well, just horrible for white.
Yeah.
And black can use their time advantage and just find the most precise way to convert.
Yeah, and by the way, black has about 15 minutes for 5 moves, so it's a huge amount of time. So, yeah, maybe we can jump to another game.
Other game. Meanwhile, Marta Michna has lost her game, so sacrifice didn't work out really.
Probably she blundered a 3 move.
Yeah, it's very possible. It's something that is not really visible straight away. Okay, so let's jump to board number 2, where Maria Muzyczuk is playing against Elina Danielian, and here we're seeing black having 1.5 minutes, and there are still 8 moves to go, but the position has gotten way more complicated. There are actually tactics.
Exactly. I just wanted to say that it's completely chaos on board, because black are now controlling the dark squares and white controlling the light squares, and there is a lot of fixed pawns in the center, 4 pawns on E file, which is very interesting, by the way. Rook on d6 is the same time active and the same time out of play, actually, because it can do nothing, actually.
Yeah, how, as it often happens in different colored bishop positions, well, some strong attacks are developing, and there are motives of rook takes d5. I'm guessing it doesn't work exactly at this moment because, let's say, after something like ED, we don't have, or do we?
By the way, look on the face of Maria. She's hardly counting something, and looks like she's really exciting about the position, and a lot of interesting variation happened right now in her mind.
Yeah, definitely. She seems a little bit like nervous, like she feels that maybe
Yeah.
exactly this line is right now working. As look at, there's E6.
It looks like about intuition, maybe.
Yeah, or just yeah, intuition that there has to be something, but she can't really convert it till the very end, and she's safe. And there's not so much time, and she doesn't want to go till the last seconds, and it's just.
And by the way, it's definitely not a poker face right now. It's just all about hand actions and yeah, but she's not satisfied with
Yeah,
something.
by the last look at it looked like that she just counted something, and she doesn't see that there is. But the tactics are simply not working.
Yeah.
Which is possible in a position like this, as well, both sides are standing very solid, so yeah, that's very interesting.
So maybe we can switch to the board number 4, where was very interesting position, but right now where all pieces are gone, because I saw a lot of rooks on the F square F file a few minutes ago, and well, what
Well,
happened?
White is just pushing.
Yes, white still looks like close to the win right now, if I'm not wrong. Because this knight is actually much stronger in the endgame.
And these two pawns are, well, they are just weak. Maybe they are just simply falling. And in case even one of them falls, already we can create a passed pawn on queen's side, which is very hard to catch by black's king, as it's stuck on h8 for now.
So right now there are two possibilities, like to exchange on f2 and to get very close to the lost endgame because of knight a7 and let's say a4, b5 and so on. And the second idea is to play queen h6, which is very passive indeed, but at least not losing first endgame.
And still hoping for some ideas of perpetual check.
Yes, but let's say knight...
I think queen h6 is actually the move that you have to play,
Yeah,
and it was
exactly.
also played, and it was met by g3. Very good move to avoid perpetual check ideas. And still we just simply want to grab a pawn on a7.
And by the way, knight can also go to d8 and e6 or maybe f7 to create some kind of attack, if it's needed, of course.
Yeah, of course. It looks very good for Elizabeth, and but we must note it's possible that it's another long game for her developing.
Again, yeah, right. So maybe we can switch to another line. I see that Sara Holt against Anna Muzychuk, there is some simplifications, and she's on also 2 pawns up against Sara.
Yes, this one looks like
So
it's
looks
over.
like,
just,
yes.
As she just played a move knight e4, which was not forced at all, but just to show that white can't take, as after simple king d6, c5, black is entering absolutely winning pawn endgame.
It's just absolute confidence about evaluation of position and just the way to show the opponent, okay, it's finished already.
So yeah, she plays something like knight b7, and she's still gonna do some moves, but I guess king d7 could be now.
Maybe.
Good enough, maybe.
I think every move here is good enough.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's just a matter of time until Anna converts her 2 pawns into a full point.
By the way, Olga made a check on c1, so she will definitely tries to find this perpetual check mentioned by Tom.
Probably, yeah, it will be answered by king g2 and bishop,
Bishop
g7.
g7. Yeah. Still not so clear.
Yes, of course, it's... With queens on the board, it's always very tricky.
Yeah. So, what can we see next?
Board number 3.
Yes, it was another interesting game to see where is the pawn on E file.
Well, yeah, things have definitely developed here fastly. A moment ago I saw queen on g4 and pressure against g3 pawn. Now the queen is already back on c7 and e pawn is gone. So white's pawn up. Was there some sacrifice or was there some blunder? As right now, being pawn up, white is clearly better, as they also have all the ideas of just simply playing rook g5, rook b6,
and g6 pawn is just very weak here. Yeah, looks like Ekaterina Atalik did something wrong.
Yeah, it looks like there was...
And by the way, instead of yesterday round where a lot of draws appeared, today we have a completely battle round where a lot of wins will be scored.
I have a feeling that actually she, instead of having her position solid with the structure of f5, e5, she started to push for a win, and she overpushed. As otherwise, Black's position seemed quite solid if they just waited and kept in mind that White can't do too much due to possibility of e4 break. f3 was played here.
Another interesting move.
Well, it's a really nice move actually, just fixing the bishop on e4, saying that yes, that bishop f5 you'll never have it like as anything dangerous, and after
maybe even rook g5.
Yes, I think that's the point. That rook g5, and I will have another piece joining, queen g3, and also rook b6 is coming, and
by the way, in this case, d4 pawn is also quite weak, because I will threat it with a queen, taking very important diagonal. But of course, g6 is the number one victim.
Okay. Meanwhile, I see that Mari Muzichuk in the position which we saw decided that there is nothing working, and she simply played queen d1. They exchanged queens and reached the rook endgame with different color bishops, which was an absolute draw, and they agreed to it already. So that game is over. There is some jumping happening on board 1.
So rook d1 was played and queen f6.
And not knight e3, but knight f4.
And what's the difference?
The difference is that I don't have to take on d4 anymore, as my rook is not hanging on d1.
It's interesting.
Play queen g4, queen f6.
And what will happen?
The idea is, it's very nice. If it's actually working, because point being that after bishop f4 I simply play rook f8.
Wow.
And exactly same happening after queen f4. But if it's working, could there be some tactic we are missing? If it's in fact all correct, then it's very impressive defense from Katerina in quite a tough position, long time, and.
But one more thing, that White are not forced to exchange on f4, to take on f4.
Yeah, but in that case, it feels like Black has consolidated a little.
Right.
And the worst should be in the past. We can see that Katerina is very intense, so she's not 100% sure. And there has been quite a lot of development. Bishop f4 was played, rook f8, and Alexander decided to
take on g6 right now.
Yes, that's what she's probably thinking, if to take on g6, and if there is a mate, or to exchange queens and try to push that position, but it should be.
But by the way, in any case, it's very interesting position where not very many pieces on board, but at the same time different colored bishop leads us to a very attacking position.
It's interesting that we just saw both of players on camera. And they both are holding their hands in front of mouth and
Yeah.
seeming very both seemed concerned, to be honest.
Because it's a very open position, and it looks like
Probably now after queen g6, either queen h6 or queen f4 have to be played, as there is very direct threat of queen h7. Yes,
And
queen
queen
h4
h4
was played, and white is going to be pushing, of course, but it feels like this game is heading towards some,
draw lines.
yeah. As those are in fact different colored bishops, both kings are extremely exposed, and most likely that's going to lead to some heavy pieces coming off.
So probably the worst thing can happen right now is if white plays, let's say, queen g4, and exchange happens, and probably no way to win this endgame, and interesting battle will just end with a draw, but with a very interesting draw, of course.
Yeah. So let's take a look at which game? Let's return to game between Giria Olga and Solkido Stavrola. Well, we haven't checked this game for a very long time, and
How this bishop from b7 got to the d3? That's the main question.
from f5 it went all
Yeah.
around, but
Yeah,
it
all
looks
around.
like this one is over.
Yeah, looks like just white rook up, and
They have reached move 40, and yeah, white is exchange up. Pawn is on b7, and it's going to queen any moment now.
probably next one is knight c6 even, and then c7, and it's all.
I think
It's over.
queen a2 is going to be played any moment now, threatening queen a8.
Or maybe even queen it.
And after knight b7, we can play knight c6.
It's one more possible way to kill this position. I
And-
think that queen b4 is also good to play, let's say, knight c6, and
Yeah,
then
that's
the-
also
But
just-
your idea is
It's
even-
everything just is
yeah.
working. Yeah, that's the point.
So maybe we can switch to another game, because Olga Giria is ready to take a point.
So we are.
What happened in the Elizabeth Petz and Olga Zimina game?
They are still waiting for time control.
But at the same time, black are not so passive right now.
Yes,
Bishop on g7 is
Black
quite
pushed
good.
h5. Meanwhile, white pushed a4, and now white is trying to find some way to progress. What we are most likely going to expect is two moves without too much progress, and then trying to figure out how to proceed with this position with more time on the clock. So where should we jump now? Still for the last moment. Let's look at. This is already way past time trouble phase, but
But a lot of things happened here. There are no more black pawns on king side. And by the way, white are just pawn up.
that is very
So
interesting. Actually,
these dynamics gave some
So we had rook a1.
dividends for
Maybe we simply misevaluated this position. Rook c8 was played as we were expecting, and simply bishop e1 to protect. Knight a5. Queen a2, running away from tempos, and h4.
very aggressive approach to play this position.
2. I was expecting the point of h4 being to push h3 and to weaken white's light squares even more, but as we see, Monica thought that g3 is more precise.
But actually right now it looks good. Because if pawn on c3 would be fall down, it would be a very nice position, but something went wrong.
Yeah, Black wanted to make exchange of the of queens, and thus got pushed back a lot, and White simply captured the pawn. So Black has to regroup and start to create some compensation through the G file, but now position seems very balanced, as it's probably unlikely that White will be able to create any progress, but the same applies for Black. As well, although maybe they very interesting, they could simply play Rook G8, maybe even Queen G7, try to mobilize all White's pieces for attack, and then simply start to mark through the king to A5.
So it's another kind of crazy ideas, but maybe it works.
Well, in case you can get the queens off the board, this idea seems to be
Very powerful.
yes. So why not? Maybe that's what we are going to see. So probably all the players have reached time control already. In this game between our leaders,
Queens are still on board, so no exchange here.
yes, and one more move for Katerina to do, but she's in no time pressure anymore, as she has 1.5 minutes for that.
But what's interesting, White played Queen G4, but Black didn't exchange.
Wow, that is really interesting.
Yeah, because I have no idea how to.
Well, practically there are some problems to deal with, as Black will always have to defend B pawn after exchanges, say, and so in case I play B4, I will be probably forced to keep my bishop on C3, which means that it's not participating in helping Black's king.
But at the same time, if I would, let's say, I would play Rook F4 and just regroup my pieces.
Only I can check.
Bishop F8 and King G7. My next move is Rook B4 probably.
I am one tempo Rook B4. Okay, I have to answer this is Rook D3.
And they can just stay somehow.
Yes, and king can even maybe march to
Yes,
G5.
yes.
Yes, well,
Because playing with queens here is, I think, but anyway, it's dangerous for both, because this kind of endgame is dangerous only for Black, maybe even minimal, but anyway, it's only two-result game. And playing with queens, everything can be.
yes, White
everything
also has not to save king, let's say
Yeah,
that,
exactly.
and well, they have to deal with this issue. Rook G8 was played, and yeah, just once again making that point, and probably after something like Queen F5. Can even play something like Queen G5. Oh, sorry,
No,
Bishop
Queen
is
E5, yeah.
Yeah. So Queen F5, E5, F5, and
By the way,
Rook G5.
that was the point that I also thought about Queen F4 and is it exchange, and then I understood that Queen takes on E5 with a check.
but I still have Rook G5.
Yeah, Queen C8, let's say.
I'm not sure that it's needed to check, but it doesn't make progress too much.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to keep an eye on this pawn.
And also on the dark squares, because Queen F4 can be also dangerous.
Yeah, let's say after something like Queen D7, Queen F4 can already cause some problems for White. And actually maybe just
Very huge problems.
very big problems. That's true. So it's not so easy. So, but we expect this to sooner or later to end in a draw. Board 2 already finished in a draw, and
By the way, board 3 is also where are bishops?
bishops got exchanged on e4. It was not too surprising, but where are queens?
Yeah, that's the next question, and we have right now rook endgame with pawn up for Nano Dzagnidze. So it is a two-result game right now,
It feels to me like it should be technically just winning.
probably because pawn on d4 is weak, pawn on g6 is weak, pawn on b7 is weak, and rooks are better for white, and a lot of trouble here for black.
Yes, I wanted to suggest this move, and it actually happened in the board that rook b6 is played, and well, black is forced to exchange, which means that white can later on just simply play c5, rook to d5, if it's needed, even to pick up a third pawn, and just marches all the pawns forward, while black are having their g6 h pawns blocked by h4 pawn.
Yeah, probably it's just technically won by
Yeah.
white.
So there we are expecting white to win, and probably quite soon.
A
Well,
lot have
that
happened.
is very unexpected turn of events. White actually played b5. So Olga managed to create some hard decision for Elizabeth before move 40, and on move 40 she played b5, which is very responsible move because it exchanged one pair of pawns. On the other hand, it also moves your pawn much more further, as now any moment you manage to take on e7, the pawn is only 3 moves away from queening.
But at the same time, if white somehow could change the queens, it would be technically win by this position would be technically win by white. But at the same time, having queens on board, I don't even see how to improve this position for white. e5 is impossible. a7 now is okay, and king on g2 isn't really defended.
We see on camera that indeed Nano Dzagnidze already won her game, as it was expected. And about this position, I have a question. What do we do after bishop d4?
Probably we have to take,
But in that case, it
and
could
queen
be
c2.
just a draw.
I just want to regroup my queen.
And if we let's say queen f6, not to allow you to take with a check on d6.
Yeah, probably it looks like a draw. So I think that's the point Olga right now is thinking, because she is a really great technical player and she understands endgames very well. So I think that's the idea she has in mind.
Yeah, I mean, and she has time now, so when else to use it if not now?
Exactly.
We see that on board 1, queens have come off, with pawn still being on h file, so it's gonna still last for a while, but we don't expect any excitement there. Anna is still slowly, without any rush, just improving her positions. She fixed kingside pawns not to have any problems there for sure, and now she's simply going to play king c8, forcing the knight to retreat, followed by c5.
And even take knight c5 and king d4 doesn't help because of probably knight e4, something like that. And
yeah, and picking up more pawns, and it's just she's just absolutely in control. She's understanding that there's no reason to be in a rush, and just slowly improving her position.
A lot of things have happened in the game of Nino Batsiashvili and Marina Nechaeva. The rook on d5 is quite beautiful. What do
But
we
in the
hear?
same time, bishop on b2 is also quite beautiful, I must say.
And by the way, pawn on f6 is just hanging on.
So it's white to move. Black's last move was taking on d5 a pawn. So now probably white is answering with recapturing on f6.
Probably with a bishop. Maybe, but on a4 is also under threat.
So we will go on a short break.
To get our new special guest after a few minutes.
Yes, winner of today's round, Nana Zagnidze. So stay tuned and we'll be back shortly. When everything came off and then she just played 3.
Onward. But no, that actually wasn't so good.
To our studio, we have a special guest, Nano Zagnidze from Georgia, who won today's game against Ekaterina Atalik. It was a very interesting game, and we made a lot of analysis here. So maybe some insights, Nana.
Yeah, sure.
You can take a mouse.
Yeah. I don't know. For white, I like to play like this line. This is not, theoretical lines, but I like to play like this. So here, I think this decision with 95 and to transfer my rook on b5 was an interesting idea. I think I've seen this idea before and decided to go for it here. But here, maybe, I don't know. I was thinking about a4 with the idea b6, bishop d7, something to try to make something to with this rook. But I always have this rook a5, so I don't know. Maybe knight a3 here. If b6, then I have c5. I don't know, but maybe a bishop d7 is always possible. I should take here, take.
It doesn't work like Fritz, but yes.
Okay. And queen a5, and I don't have this bishop b7 because of bishop a4. 4 I have. queen f3. Do I have queen f3? No, this is queen e1. Yeah.
Bad, yeah.
Yeah. So.
So probably
now,
a4.
now, yeah, Black wants to play bishop c6, and I don't know. Maybe this position is more or less equal. Yeah. So she played. She took on b4, and here also I think bishop d7, bishop c6 is better than what she did in the game. Yeah, like this. I should play something like queen b3 or take on c6 and then queen b6, a4, but she has this a5, e5, e4 plan. I think this position is also equal. I think because Black has this problem with this bishop. This bishop is not very active. So if she managed to change this bishop, I think Black has no problem anymore. Yeah. So she decided to play here e5. Yeah.
And we got here some kind of Benoni structure position.
Yes. Yeah. After d4, after she played d4, yeah, it is already a Benoni structure. Yeah. So. Yeah, this plan is, I think, knight d7, knight c5 plan is not correct, I think, because first she should try to develop her bishop. Yeah, because here I think I'm already much better here, this position. Yes. Here I tried to provoke f5, and that's why I played queen f3.
And it happened?
Yeah, and it happened again, yes. Yeah, I wanted to make some weaknesses in Black's position. Yeah, and here f4, yeah, f4 makes me a bit surprised.
Is it a blunder?
I didn't expect f4 because after f4, this white squares is weak, I think, and it must be winning for whites already, I think, after f4. Yeah. Here I think she blundered this bishop g2, and after if queen g4, rook g5 first I have, and then I will take on e4 and it's winning probably. If I don't have this, I mean if I take here, then she has bishop e5 and this position is already complicated, I think. Yes. So yeah. Yeah, I think this position is already winning.
Yeah, this one looks
here,
bad.
Yeah, there is a little bit, there's some tricky if you take queen d3, there is a mate with rook g6 and rook g5 and yeah, queen f5 and queen f8, queen yeah, this is a mate. Yeah, after that, yeah. This winning, yeah, rook d5, yes.
Well, congratulations. Maybe you can tell us about condition in the playing hall. What do you feel playing here?
Yeah, I like here very much. Conditions is nice. I think playing hall is okay. Conditions, I mean, hotel and the room, yeah, everything is fine.
Isn't too cold in Riga?
In general, in Georgia, like we have maybe the same weather, but yesterday it was snowing. Yeah, it was
the perfect time for chess because ladies can just concentrate on playing and not about walking. Yes. How do you want to spend your vacation day after 2 days?
I think I will go some walking in the city center, so I like here very much, and I will go for walking, I think.
I hope it will be much better weather than it was yesterday, so you will enjoy our city. Thank you for the short interview, and we wish you the best of luck in your further games.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nan. So welcome back to our studio. We had a short interview after the winning game with Nano Zagnidze. She told us her insights about this game. So we can continue now with other games. Let's say with Alexander Goryachkin and Katerina Lagno on the first board. It's a game against our leader and
Well, as we were expecting, this game is gonna still go on, but that we are not expecting any excitement in it. And well, last moves have been just proving our point, and for now they are just moving pieces along. So let's move forward. Boards 2, 3, 4, and 5 have finished, so we can move to board 6.
by the way, on the board 4, as Tom expected, there is played bishop d4, which lead to exchange of bishop at knights, and queen endgame is just drawish.
And so they, without even playing it out, they agreed to draw to save some more strength. As we already mentioned, the players already are playing 6 rounds without a free day, and tomorrow they have another game before they actually get to rest. We see that Anna has made the c5 break finally, and
that's very interesting moment that
I think it's
can we take and
king c6 is
king
just-
d4 and h5.
and we have this little move of h5.
Okay, and if I play, let's say, h5 with white,
Right
a little trick,
h5.
but it doesn't work because of king d4 and h4.
Exactly. Point that h4 takes, and once again I play h5.
Okay.
He reaching exactly the same position, just one pawn less. And ideas like king e5 is not going. Actually.
Oh, it's a good question, by the way, because after d4 and king e4, I think. Oh no, it's still winning. Maybe we can show the game after d4, king e4, king c4, f5, d3, and it's still winning.
Yes.
Because of f6, d2, let's say f7, d1, f8, and let's say queen somewhere check. Yeah.
And followed by another check and picking up queen.
So
Very nice motive. Wow.
very close.
Classical motive, and we don't have any doubts that Anna has seen that already before. But most likely that's what's going to happen on boards because, well, there's just no choice for white. Game between Batsirashvili, Nino, and Nache or Marina also has finished and draw. So let's move to game Bulmagi against Monika Stochko, which interestingly haven't exchanged queens, but still have exchanged one pair of rooks, and thus black feels like they could run with the king.
My first question is where this exchange could happen, because I didn't see any fights for the files, and a very interesting moment on which square this exchange happened.
Well, let's take a look. We left it around
Yeah, somewhere here.
a little further, but okay. Rook g8, black tried to double.
Yes,
Queen
and
f2.
Tom's idea was to play with all the hard things to the G file and to attack.
Well, actually, Queen h7 probably is a little better attempt to actually try to mate on h1,
A good idea.
but for some reason.
Rook f8 check.
Okay,
Yeah.
just a show. After Rook h8, we can simply play Rook f8, and we are even forced to take ourselves. And
And probably
here.
everything's the same. Probably Queen
Queen
f3 and
back,
so on.
The position is very similar to what we are having on the board now.
Mhm.
Although, one slight difference is that I might have a move Rook e4 now.
And after Rook f1, let's say.
One, I play the same King a6.
This
trip to the a5 square.
And what I like about this is that my rook is active and it's threatening all ideas connected with rook e3 and picking up pawn on c3, as well as I might simply want to jump with the knight to e3 sometimes. Just an extra idea. As what we have in the game was rook c7, tripling on f5, queen g6, bishop h2, tripling on g file.
Very interesting.
Yes.
And right now exchange,
Exchange
okay.
next, and exchanging one pair of rooks. And bishop f4. So we have exactly the same position that we just looked at, just with rook being cut off at g4.
And how could we evaluate this position? White pawn up, it's obvious even for me, but what about evaluation?
I would say that it's very equal, as both sides are going to avoid exchanging pieces actually, and with the queens on the board, you can't really march with the king to a5 and pick up this pawn on a4.
And right now idea is to play rook h4, if I'm not wrong, with black. After queen h7, let's say.
I'm expecting g3, I think.
And what happened after, let's say, queen e4?
Okay, so after queen e4, what about simply queen f3?
And what happened after exchange? I take, and king
Maybe
a5.
I prefer to do it with queen g2.
Okay, anyway, I check, I take, and king a5.
But I think it could be an advantage for me that I have a
Rook-
bishop here.
Rook g8,
Maybe on g7 to protect on a7.
maybe on g7, yes.
So g4,
Take,
or not even g4. I'm sorry,
Rook
just
a1.
rook a1. And I'm gonna soon start simply advancing my pawn.
and what if, let's say, knight b2? I think you will not run too far. So g4, take, I take. And now I'm looking on c3.
What about bishop h6?
Rook g8. It's very interesting position. g5, king b5,
And let's say king g4.
a5,
Yes.
I take.
We are moving forward very fast here.
Yes, and let's say knight e2.
Knight to e2.
Yes, I'm still trying to take everything.
And you will have knight f5 to give
Yes,
up your
exactly.
left.
That's my idea.
Yeah, it's not so simple, and it's a very move-to-move kind of game. Probably I had to then play something.
But now I come to f5 with check. Let's say
so-
knight g3 and knight f5.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
you can't, I think, to move on h6. Like you,
Yeah,
or you
probably
can.
had to go king g5.
But
and
now after knight f5, it's.
yes, I agree. Something went wrong already here.
By the way, not so easy. If we speak about this last move, knight e2.
Sorry.
Last one. But what happens after g7 actually? So
Seven?
g7 takes king g6, and let's say king
Knight.
h7.
Ah, there's king h7 still.
Ah no, but no, knight takes on h6. I have some extra moves,
Yes, and here
And-
probably just a4.
or maybe even king c4.
King c4
Yes, king c4.
to move, go with the d pawn.
Or to take e5.
I think that will be too slow.
Too slow? Okay,
Yes.
maybe.
But a4 could be
And king gh7.
h7. Now we are giving up.
And what about pawn e5? But I'm not sure.
Aha.
That was my idea, to take everything and just to advance pawns with no risk.
There's always risk once
Okay,
you're
okay, yeah.
against playing against the rook just with pawns, but well, that's not what happened in the game. In game g3 was played, which was answered by rook g8. It's very interesting, of course, but
What is the idea? To play
Maybe
rook h8?
yes, and also to have rook more active, not to have it under tempos, and well, black has time actually, so maybe now they want black wants to play something like queen d3, as forcing something like queen f3, and then followed by queen c2, attacking a4 pawn.
Maybe. So after queen g2, let's say, what could happen? Or maybe not even now.
Yeah, but
Another question is how to improve the position. You're right.
yeah. Yeah, I think that now when I'm thinking about this position, it's quite clear that black is actually still better. As white simply has no moves. This bishop is
And
still
6
very... yeah. The remark that Sergei just said is that bishop is just like a pawn there. Maybe as a pawn it would have more use as it could push forward to f5.
That's the point, yeah. So it's even less than a point.
Okay, it is controlling some valuable squares for the knight, but that is pretty much the only thing it's doing, just defending.
So maybe we can switch to another game. What happens on the board 1?
Nothing.
Nothing.
They are still moving around.
Okay. So the next one, yes, Sarah Holt and Anna Muzichuk are just doing what we are expected. So now we are expecting king e4 and probably resign.
It's possible that that Sarah might resign already now, as
Maybe.
she realizes exactly what's happening. There is nothing to think about anymore, and
I would say that Sarah was really unlucky to get 4 top 10 opponents in the row, and in any case it's very hard to proceed so important games against so powerful opponents in a row.
yeah, that's the thing in Swiss system tournaments. If you have some certain rating when you are in some like so-to-called unlucky part of the group, and you'll always be paired against somebody very, very strong, like top player in the point group, and in case, like in this tournament for Sarah, you keep drawing games, you just get the next one, the next one, the next one, and it's very hard not to break at some point. So let's look a little lower.
Pia Kramling and
Pia.
Tanita Gava. It's definitely two-way game, but the same time two-result game. But the same time, I would say it's one-result game. It's absolutely drawish.
It's absolutely drawish. It's just a matter of time, of course. Pia is going to try a little bit because, well, why not? But in reality, there is nothing to try.
Yeah, but she has amazing experience playing on the very high level, so I think she will try in any case.
Game between Ulvia Fataliev and Jolanta Zawadzka has been progressing as we expected in favor of black, without too big rush by Jolanta, just slowly converting her advantage. Right now we see that she's just going for queen exchange and to move the position to absolutely winning
Yes.
endgame.
It's just a technical win after queen exchange here.
We see on the camera that, as expected, Sarah resigned her game. And now we are being shown Yolanta on camera, and well, she's visibly absolutely confident about her position, and yeah, just you could even say that she's just waiting for this game to be over.
So maybe next one is two Russian players, Alisa Galyamova and Baira Kavanova, very experienced pair, and Alisa did well yesterday, having a very nice checkmating attack. It wasn't correct for 100%, but it was a really nice attack, and she is back to the leader group. And so, what do we have today?
Well, it feels like Black is simply pushing. Is also up on time, significantly up on time, having 23 minutes against 6 minutes. And this is one of those kind of positions where you're just moving around and trying to find a way in, just try to create some breaking points. As Black square bishop is absolutely dominating White's position, and bishop on d3 is simply protecting c4 square and on only knight on c2, and knight from c2 is simply just protecting b4 pawn. So not much perspectives here for White.
Yeah, looks like.
Probably Black is planning to play next move queen h8, and further on just, well, actually breaking in, as it's not clear to me how White can cover both h1, both h2 at the same time.
Probably queen g1.
Yes, but then you're letting me in on c3.
No, after queen h8.
Huh.
So I have to stay somehow. But it's a good question. Maybe queen
Maybe
a1.
King d1?
Oh, queen a1.
Queen a1, yes. That's a possibility. And after queen h8,
Queen g1.
queen g1. And after queen h6,
Mm-hmm.
we
Looks
are
bad.
being shown on camera,
Uh-huh.
a very interesting, is that a bracelet? By Alexander Goryachkina.
Very interesting. It's not looking like a bracelet. I would say it's like somehow some kind of tattoo or sticker, maybe. Yes. Very interesting.
Yes, it would be interesting to have her after the game in studio, as she's one of the leaders in tournament, and also we could even ask such detail to her.
Yeah. We will try definitely to catch her, but we hope she will not be so too tired here today.
Yeah. So in this game, Queen f2 was played. Meanwhile, so White is saying that they are not afraid of move Queen c3, although I think they should be.
Yeah. As you said before, Black are dominating by dark squares. Maybe f4 right now.
Right now.
But what about bishop g4 and
G4 is just
king
winning.
e3? No, king
King
e3.
Yes.
It looks like very bad, but well, I'm still covering all the squares. Let's say bishop h6.
Or bishop f6.
Maybe bishop f6, yes. In any case, I don't believe in white position because too many squares to cover and
Or
maybe
actually,
even
I had that in the idea and I found how to work it. Like, my idea is just to take, and now bishop f6. And the very nice trick that is here is that after queen e1, I will
Bishop
move
d4.
bishop d4. Kind of checkmating white's king, forcing to take on d4, and just winning a queen.
Nice one.
So, this is very one-sided game and very unpleasant to be playing white pieces in this position.
Okay, what happens on the next game between Inna Gapolenko from Ukraine and Kitivan Jaime Grant from Scotland? What do we hear?
Well, we are having Inna's
2 pawn up.
2 pawns up in different colored bishop and rook endgame.
And a4 square is covered by black right now. So, do you believe that it can be saved?
I think it very much depends on the question if this is a move right now or not.
By the way, what's even worse is that h8 is dark square,
Yeah,
because in some kind of variations with dark bishop for black it would be better if 3 against 2 would be on the queen side, but not on the king side.
yes, but now I'm thinking, can you win this with white?
I think yes.
As it feels to me like I'll be able to create some sort of fortress in center.
I'm not sure. Let's say bishop d6,
Bishop d6,
very
king
logical move.
g4.
Let's say g3.
I think you had to start with f3. As here after g5, it's already much more easy for
Okay,
me.
I agree. Probably f3 must be played.
Here f3. I still think that I need to advance g5, so bishop e8,
Or maybe even king g1 can be played right now.
king g1, g5.
King f2.
Through. I will take here, take, and
You don't have time, I think, because this f6 pawn is one more problem right now.
okay, king e6,
King e3.
3, and oh, something like
And king d4. I think I will win this.
king d4. I
Yes.
had an idea of playing bishop f1,
Yes,
here.
but g3
g3, and let's say bishop
and
e2,
f4.
4. But now I'm already able to hold both of your pawns with one
okay.
pawn, which is what I'm trying to
So
play
after-
here for.
So after king c5,
I even can have bishop d1. I think you have to push as fast as possible, and this is already an easy draw.
okay, maybe, yeah. So maybe not so easy.
And we see rook a4 was played on the board. As we know, Arakami Grant is a very experienced player and very high-class player, and she might have a very good feeling for this kind of things. As with rooks on the board, this position was it's practically very hard to play, as there are a lot of weaknesses and white has a lot of improving moves what to do. And it's not clear at all for black what's the defensive plan. But once you get the rooks off, it's very straightforward.
Yes, it's interesting. Even 2 pawn up position can lead to
Little
some.
unfair result, as
Yeah.
some players are saying that you can finish a game being piece up, and that it's a little bit not fair that you have to, that it's only a half a point.
And what
But-
about if we play f3, let's say,
Yes, that's
bishop e8,
Yeah.
and now I recognized your threat, and I just play, let's say, bishop c7,
with an idea of g4.
g4 and g5 and h5. Yes,
Yes, that's a very unpleasant.
I'm trying to learn fast.
King
Okay, and
e6.
if I play right now, let's say g4,
G4. Yes, that might be a little more unpleasant because your pawn will be further.
And let's say king g3.
G3. I try to exchange.
I take.
FG, yes.
Yes.
And probably I had to play G6.
And now king f4.
F4. And something like bishop a4, trying to attack from back.
And the interesting moment that I can't play, let's say, king g5 and h5 because of king just move on a8 and just
Yes.
sacrifice of the bishop. By the way, the same idea I saved a few weeks ago. Absolutely the same with different pawns and wrong.
The idea is that if he would give up our bishop for a pawn, it would be lost because white's bishop is on h8 color. We're talking about some positions in this kind of scenario, but we have this possibility to give up bishop for h pawn and simply to move our king to a8. So I think it could be a draw.
Yeah, very interesting. And probably unfair.
And let's look at the last board with 3.5 points. As we said, this group is very big, and only now we have finally reached the end of it.
So white pawn up in the game of Daria Pustavoitova from Russia and Zainab Mamediyarova from Azerbaijan. And I think looks like white are just winning. Because after, let's say, king f7, there is move rook f1 check, probably.
Okay,
And what's
king
next?
g7, let's say.
And let's say king d6,
Rook c8,
rook c1.
c1.
And my idea is quite simple. And now rook f6 check,
King e8,
e6.
a3, let's say. My idea is also very simple.
Rook f2. Or maybe rook f3. Better.
f3.
Yes, better rook f3.
Okay. And I don't have possibility to move my rook to a file due to rook f1.
Yes.
Okay, but rook a3.
Rook
is
a3.
a3.
Oh, maybe rook f1, by the way. I like... Oh, stop, no.
a1.
Just tired, yeah. Rook
Yeah.
a3, of course.
Yes, this is very nice idea, yeah. And, well...
This is just rook c7 and rook c8 just too weak, I think, and can do nothing.
Yeah, it's very unpleasant position for Mamediyarova. Possibly even just lost position. But as we saw from her yesterday game, she's just gonna keep fighting there till the very end.
Yes, of course, Zainab Mamediyarova is, has huge experience participating in Olympiads and other top tournaments, and she will definitely fight till the end.
We can also take a look at one of the pre-tournament favorites, Stefanova, playing with black against Cosma Elena Luminita. And what do we have here?
I don't know what actually went so wrong for Antonetta Stefanova, very experienced and amazingly strong player. And in this tournament, something is not working for her, unfortunately.
Well, but it's a very long tournament and she's on 3 points, and if she would manage to win this game, she would be back on 4 points, which is just, well, a little behind the leading group.
So here we see that
so it's a position which is very hard to understand instantly.
my first question is just what happens after king takes, rook takes, and let's say rook c2.
Take, and rook c2. I think it leads to some very drawish motifs.
Let's say king f6.
And I would simply play.
I take on f2, take on a2. I'm not sure that it's drawish.
Yes, I am starting to agree, but it's a hard decision to make, definitely.
Yes, of course.
To
So I
go for
take
different color bishops
and take on a2
and probably
and rook b2. Very important move.
b2, 6.
And rook, bishop f8. And I'm not sure about this pawn structure for white. I think that I will take something, a piece of it.
Yeah, and the very big problem for white here is that their king is cut off. In case king was not on g1, but let's say on f3, I would feel like it's possible to hold it, but with the king on g1 being cut off so passively, it could be that it's practically winning.
So it could be that Antonetta Stefanova is joining our leader group, or at least runner-ups.
And could she have some other option here, as for example to play something just rook b6?
But do we need this? Because if king e7 is so good, maybe even not to think, not to make things complicated. Let's
She
say,
played rook c2 straight away.
oh, wow,
Does it change anything at all?
I think no. Because the same position, the same type of position after king e7, rook b1 and rook c2. Absolutely the same.
It's just giving maybe some extra options for white of some moves like bishop b4,
Yeah,
which
but
are always bad moves, and I think she's just trying to get more winning position.
Interesting. Yeah, because here we can take on f2 and let's say rook b2.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah. So maybe we can look on the next board, because our Ilza Berzinja is still working hard, trying to get another point from Natalia Pagonina. What do we see here is close to the symmetry in pawn structure. Both queen and rooks are quite active, and I would say it's all about balance here and equity.
Yeah, it's very hard for black to advance anymore with anything but I don't think there's any chances that white could be playing for something more than a draw here.
Yeah, that's the point. And playing against so powerful opponent as Natalia Pagonina is, to have this position is not so bad.
Although I must say that black is holding a slight edge due to piece activity.
But at the same time, let's say queen f5 and... I think my pieces are also quite good.
Yeah, you're keeping the pressure on f5 all the time, but let's say I play something at f6.
Probably I have to stay somewhere.
Yeah, but that's the thing, it's not so easy. How?
Maybe, yeah. Let's say queen f3.
Yes, queen f3. For example, something like rook e3.
And queen f5.
f5 and...
maybe queen d6.
Yeah, maybe queen d6 even proving
Maybe not
slowly.
so easy. Maybe not so easy. Maybe I'm just wanting to be very easy for Ilza Berzinja, because after yesterday defeat, she got today another very powerful and dangerous opponent. And as I see on the first board, the game is finished.
No, this is Ilza's game. They repeated position.
Oh, pardon me?
That's Pagonina we are seeing on camera.
Ah, it's Pagonina, yes.
So yeah, they repeated position. She felt like it's not enough to push for anything, and
looking on faces, Natalia Pagonina is not very satisfied with position, and Ilza Berzinja is just relaxed and enjoying the moment. So looks like really everything is fine. The half a point is
achieved. So it's quite good result for Ilse today, I think.
Yeah. What we see here in Stefano's game is that white played king g2, actually not giving up f2 pawn, which is very logical.
So probably we anyway have to take on e7.
As e6 pawn is most likely going to fall anyways, and
Or maybe rook b2, by the way. It's one more interesting possibility because black pieces are more active and by the way, maybe really, let's say knight rook b2.
in the previous position, yes?
Yes, instead of taking. And after, let's say, bishop c5, probably the only move.
Or bishop d6, yeah.
To play, let's say, bishop f8. Some kind of crazy idea.
Yeah, that's why bishop d6 actually I wanted to suggest.
And now e4?
e4.
Yes.
Yeah, so it is very passive. We see a draw agreed on first board, so we'll try to catch Alexandra
Yes,
to
try.
join us in studio.
So I will be in a minute.
Meanwhile, while we are hoping that she's going to join us, let's look at some more games. Let's return to probably the most interesting game still going on, which is between Bulmagarina and Monika Sochko. As it's not clear for both me and Sergei, how can any side progress here, as it feels like black wants to exchange queens, as then they comfortably could capture an a4 and try to start advancing a pawn, followed by something like king b3, picking up maybe even on c3, d4, and everything in a row. So white is trying to avoid exchanging of queens and keep this position together, so to say. Technically, white has an extra pawn, but in this position, it doesn't have any importance at all. And yes, I don't really know how any of the sides can progress. Queen d3, for example, and but it doesn't make much progress, as I can play simply again just rook c1, protecting my pawn. And if you try to play something like rook h8 with the same idea of queen e4, once again I can just play queen g2, covering all the squares and just waiting. My next move even could be, in case you try some waiting move like, let's say a6, I could even play king f2, as I don't see how can black progress. Meanwhile, Pia Kramling is still trying to win her game, but not much has happened there. She has advanced her pawn to h4, which is no real improvement, and we are still expecting this game to end in a draw. Big development has happened in a game between Galliamo and Kovanov, as queens have come off.
Unfortunately, we didn't get Alexandra Goryachkina to the studio because she was really tired after this long and, as she thought, unsuccessful game. So we really hope that next day she will be in the better mood and we will speak with our leader.
So yes, what do you think about this development? Queens coming off the board.
I think it's definitely bad for black because
as we expected, there were some kind of attacking possibilities. But at the same time,
It's possible
king,
that it's just winning.
yes, but if king, let's say, go to g5 and f4 and
Or
or maybe
G3,
maybe
and-
g3, this looks quite bad. But anyway, with queens, it will be maybe even easier.
Maybe it wasn't exactly, as queen c3 was played, and black tried not to exchange queens for a while. g4, queen b2, and queen a1.
And the queen is caught here.
It can go back to b3, but then
And
there's
probably
knight-
queen a3, yes.
Queen a3, yes. So exchange was not possible to avoid. And here, what do we see? King d2, king g5, of course, and well, yeah, there's really no way how to keep black's king out of f4, as king e3 is simply met by check. On c1, and let's say king e2, I just go king f4, and sooner or later probably there will be some sort of Zugzwang state.
But how to win without this bishop on d7? Because probably f5 is not a case, and it's not a solution for this position. But to win only with the king and the bishop on c1, I'm not sure.
I think it could be a solution f5 actually. Let's say we'll be forced to play something like king f2.
Maybe.
I will put bishop d2, let's say king e2, I go bishop c3,
So I'm just staying.
king f2, and let's say f5 now.
I take
Take,
and take one more time,
Take.
and again take. I'm not
now
so
it came to my mind about bishop e8, the idea,
But I will
okay.
stay on e4 then, and just move again king e2 and king f2,
Okay, let's say bishop
So I
f5,
take.
takes,
and king a3, e3.
king d3. Aha, and you have king d3 and the relieving pressure
Yes.
from b4 pawn.
Yes. So maybe not so easy.
And what about this?
Oh, another crazy idea. So if I take, probably
Then
I
I think
lose.
it's a winning pawn endgame, as I will pick up on f3, and or can you create an opposition?
I think no.
Maybe king d3.
No,
then
I don't-
have
I
this
don't
move.
think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if I take king f4, no, I take king d4, king f4. Let's say king c3, but it doesn't help anyway. Yeah,
Yes,
take
I will-
king d3 and king f4,
Yes, and king will just go to e5
and easily win by black.
so, and if we just retreat, then I already
But
get,
not so easy because knight.
will regroup to d3. Yes.
No, but I think no, but because of knight e1,
Bishop
E4?
C3.
no e4.
E4. I think I. Huh.
I will take just one more pawn and
Yeah,
I will.
that's looks very
But
strong.
maybe not so easy. I will get to the d3 with the king. Let's say take, and let's say knight c2. And looks like a Zugzwang.
It's just too passive.
Yeah, okay. Probably it's winning for black.
So what we see in a game is white avoiding black from playing bishop d2 and playing knight e1 after king f4. Which is also a possibility, but I am not sure how to react after bishop b2 now.
Probably bishop c2.
Aha, knight d3 is an idea.
Yes. So maybe king g3 was better.
Well, but I am going to have it still possible here. So does it change really anything?
Yeah,
And with the knight being on d3, f5 is already coming.
bishop on c3 is too good in this position. Yeah. By the way, very interesting endgame.
Not interesting if you are playing white here,
Of course, yeah.
but yes, just for some Sutsung ideas, some theoretical analyzing perspectives, it's very interesting. I can check also another interesting endgame about our different colored bishops.
And not very interesting if you're playing with black color. But anyway, this is a battle for a half point.
And Arhamia Grant is actually choosing way more simple approach. Not pushing pawns herself, just waiting. Just bishop c6. So in order for white to progress, we are going to have to push f4 at some point. Or maybe g4, h5 could be an idea.
Yes, that's the idea I'm thinking about right now.
Just keeping one more pawn on the board. So I think
Yeah.
that
But not so easy, because after g4 I think there is a possibility to play f5.
but once again, I can just take on f5 and play h5.
Ah, okay, not really working. So that's a question, if to stay and to wait is a good actual idea. Maybe after g4 you have to play even bishop e8.
Yes, so
But
you just
let's-
wanted to take a quick look on what happened there, as I have a feeling that black misplayed this position a little. And yes, we see not this bishop e8 move, trying to force g5 and exchange one pair of pawns, which is usually very important in these kind of positions, but black played just g6.
Yeah, but see, that was very strong idea by Toms. Offered to play bishop e8 and to play g5, and yeah, you see in analysis we are very strong, but at the board very experienced player Ketevan Arhamia Grant just choose to stay. And you see g4, yes, it's played, and it looks like white are winning right now.
We see a main arbiter on your camera. He's very interested in something happening on computer. How do you think? What is he looking at?
Maybe on us.
That's a very interesting theory.
It would be very interesting if we are just analyzing here, and some girls and chief arbiter are listening and watching us.
Well, of course, it's not said that the position on the board is actually lost.
But I don't see how to how to defend from h5 right now.
Well, you can't stop it. h5 would come, but the question is if it's so bad. Let's say bishop a4.
And let's say
Okay, you probably have to regroup your bishop to some better square.
maybe on d4, or maybe on c3.
So let's say here. But my point was that I just wanted to put bishop on d1,
So bishop's d4.
and now just to try to wait. As you
And
still
what
have a problem of pawn being on f3.
Yes, but what actually happens if I play right now h6?
h6. Isn't it?
And after I take,
And I'm running just to a8.
and probably have time. Yeah, it doesn't work. I agree.
So there might be just some complications appearing, but it could be just a draw still.
But dynamics, I don't like dynamics here, because it was much more easier draw, and now it's some kind of complications which are not good for black. So okay, let's see. Maybe Ketevan Arhamia Grant will show us how to make a draw in her style, in her way, but I'm not sure about dynamics here.
Meanwhile, it looks like Pustovaitova have converted her advantage into a full point.
Yes, I don't see how to defend right now against rook h8, because after rook f8 there is just king g6 and nothing changed. Yes, looks like just Daria Pustovaitova is winning.
Yeah,
you are
the-
right.
So she will also be joining a group of with 4.5 points.
So probably we will have, not probably, actually we will have two leaders tomorrow. It is Nano Zagnidze, who was today in our studio for interview,
Yeah.
and Alexandra Goryachkina. We will still trying to get to the interview.
We see that players from, that the result is official, so Pustovoitova have won. And that's joining group with 4.5 points. Let's return once again to the... Let's take a look at the game that we are paying very little attention to. Fatalieva, Ulvia and Zawadzka Yolanda, because we felt that this game is just absolutely over.
And now it's not.
And now it's not. It should be winning for black anyway still. King is so cut off on first rank, and G-pawn probably will be exchanged for a knight, and well, it will lead to some position where black is slowly picking up both white pawns and pink.
Looks like. And what happens in Anita Gara game, because it looked like a draw a lot of time ago, and
Still looks like a draw.
yeah, but maybe we can show our spectators what happens there. So
I don't really even know what to comment about this position, as the thing is that even something like this kind of exchange of rooks is leading to a draw, isn't it?
I think no, because I take and let's say king f4 and I win. So no, rook
Yes,
exchange doesn't work.
Okay, I wanted to do it way too simple.
Yeah.
And yes, a little tired, and well, yeah, blunders happen. But there's absolutely no need for that, as it's not possible for black to progress in any way.
Yeah, I agree with you. So what we have?
We have a lot of progress in Irina Bulmaga against Monika Sochko.
I see a very powerful passed pawn on a5.
Yes, and opposite to the lines which we were discussing and moving around with this fast advancing of g-pawn, here this pawn is not going anywhere, and black already has played a5 and king is already on b3. And is it just over?
Looks like black are just winning, isn't it?
Black probably, the biggest question for black right now is either to pick up all these 3 pawns in a row, or just to keep pushing a pawn.
That's a good question. Probably a4 is the easiest way, because even after rook b1 I can play, let's say, knight b2 and just to play on bishop c1 a3, and that's over.
Yes,
Of course, it's crazy line, and it's not. I'm not really sure if I need to play this, but it's one of the way.
Yeah.
One of possible ways. So looks like another endgame and another win by one of players, as it was expected before the round.
Yeah, but actually I have to note that in a group, in the top 5 boards, which we considered a leader group, we had 4 draws and only 1 resultative game. And what we are seeing that in the group, half a point behind leaders, players are playing way more active chess and are just taking more risks in order to catch up.
But in reality, on the first top boards, on first 5 top boards, players also, at least on 3 of them, or maybe even 4, played very aggressive line. Just they were so equal in their strengths that it just equalized.
Yeah, because that's true, as the group is smaller and there's people with more points, and rating difference was just smaller. And in a group with 3.5 points, where we had 12 boards, 24 players with this, it means that rating gap is just simply bigger, and so favorites were
And one more point is that let's say on the first board it was a draw, but I saw how Katerina Lagno went out of the room, and I spoke to Alexandra Goryachkina. They both were unsatisfied with this result. So it was all about the fight, and the draw wasn't good for both of them.
That's actually very interesting that both were not satisfied. But that's how it sometimes happens in chess. Maybe you, dear viewers, have some questions, and please write us in chat, and we could answer them and we would happily answer them. As at the moment, there is not much that we can say about games, as they all have taken a very clear path, and we wouldn't mind also just simply some ideas for some interesting topics that might interest you.
What happens in Irina Bulmaga and Monika Sochka game right now? I think a lot of activity there.
Both sides are trying to push their pawns, but it's more easy for black, where it's just reached a2 without any stress, so to say.
And probably one of ideas right now is to play knight a3 and knight b1. It's like a little surprise for white, could be. But by the way, it's still very interesting position, because after king h6 and g6, white pawn is aggressive too.
King h6. What about rook a7?
G6.
G6, and I could simply
I take.
table.
G7.
G7 and just rook a8.
Yes, because after rook g1 I would play bishop g5. Surprise.
Yes, that's of course a surprise and not a pleasant one, but yes, there is a simpler.
Yes, looks like, and now black are simply winning, catching all the pawns and giving up a rook.
Yeah, just all pawns in a row are simply falling, and
so looks like Monika
Sochka was
Sochka.
played. Actually, that's what we have on the board.
Yeah, it looks like Monika Sochka is getting a point.
And as I said in the previous rounds, no, in the earlier rounds of the tournament, after a horrible blunder by Monika in a time trouble and endgame, I said that she's definitely going to be back, and well, we see that slowly and convincingly she has made her way back, and she will be on 4.5 points after this game, and back to leaders. What is happening in, or so to say, favorite game of this of this moment of the round? It seems like black is not certain how to progress exactly.
They have to play f5 at one moment, but well, they still are maneuvering and trying not to do very sharp actions.
As we are seeing, black is not sure what to do, just standing, which is quite surprising for me. As for example, in this position, how do we reach it? King g2? Yeah, what about bishop d4? Isn't that just winning?
It looks like Zugzwang, actually.
Absolutely, and quite a simple one, in fact.
So the question is why Barya Kavanova is not playing it, because she's a very experienced player and very good in chess, and what's happening? Maybe she is really tired already.
As king can't move anywhere, then f3 pawn falls. Bishop is stuck behind all the pieces, and if they agree to a draw, as we are seeing on camera. What is surprising? That is very surprising.
But was this position really on board?
Yes, it was. Just 2 moves before agreement.
So it's a really surprise for us, because
really, what happens after bishop d4? Okay, let's take maybe crazy idea. Take king f2, and maybe not so easy.
No, it has to be easy. I don't believe it.
d3, bishop f1, d2, bishop e2, f5.
Yes, f5.
It must be winning. Yeah, it must be winning.
It must be absolutely winning. All the pawns are on white squares, and I am having such a strong passer here, and
Okay, if I take,
takes again.
and just
Bishop
let's say
d6.
bishop d1,
d1. Well, let's say
and now
Bishop c4 is
probably I
coming
must
in.
yes, I probably must resign. Wow, it's a big surprise for us and a happy day for Alisa Galyamova, who saved saved very difficult position.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, even the draw was agreed in this position after king f2. I mean, I think even this idea which we were discussing before, f5, is enough to be winning here. If not for bishop d4 check. As after exchanges, there's just... Or here the point is that with the bishop on h3, there's already a pin. And I can play something like king e2.
Yeah, maybe that's the point. So maybe not f5, but just black had to find this Zugzwang.
Still could be enough for a win.
Yeah, two bishops. Yeah, too good.
I'm very surprised, but well,
I think
maybe
it's-
she simply blundered threefold repetition as well. If those things happen, you try to win some time a little bit and so on, and then it just turns out that it's 3 times.
And I think
repetition.
ladies are just too tired after 6 rounds already done, and one more round is prepared for for tomorrow. So I think it's all about that.
We are seeing a close-up for the game between Monika Sochko and Irina Bulmaga.
And there is no rooks at all.
And now the question for Monika is to choose if to pick up the pawn on d4, or it's enough simply to play b5, b4, b3, b2.
So let's calculate with Monika. B5 is the easier way, because if I can do it, I win just now. So b4, king takes,
And
b3,
king c2.
or maybe king c2.
Or maybe I had to start with king c2 to be more precise.
I think it doesn't change anything, because after king c2,
Maybe I could even, yes, play b3, and
Yes.
after bishop c1, anyways,
Yes,
king
king-
c2.
yes. So king takes, let's say. And e6.
Yes, it's still winning, but it's maybe not so straightforward. Or maybe even not so.
King c6. No, it's winning. King c6, knight c8, and after king d7, knight e7. Surprise.
But Monika chose a
Just
little
to
more.
play without risk.
Yes, and just pick up another pawn, and now to do exactly the same, just to advance b pawn. White is going to give up bishop for the b pawn, and then the d pawn will advance.
So Monika Sochko is winning.
Not much left in this game. So what do we still have running?
From top 10, only Anita Garak and Pia Kramling.
That's not even top 10, it's 12.
Okay, top 12.
But that position is not changing at all. We have still Yolanda's game, which is...
And Duvia Fatalieva is playing on 30 seconds. That doesn't make her life
easier, but
yeah.
we saw that she was down on time with Yolanda having still even 15 and 20 minutes, and I don't think position has progressed much for black.
And it's kind of surprise for us because looks like black have to win this.
Well, of course, it's still absolutely winning it, as this knight is on e7 absolutely cut off. And once, if I manage in any point to play g3, this pawn is just queening. Yeah, but I'm very surprised that this game is lasting still in such a way. And knight c8 is played, so
And what do we have here if I just take
if you just take, then
and take one more?
well, as in any rook endgame, there are very good chances for.
But exactly about this one, I'm not so sure because this pawn on g4 and king is so powerful that. Because after king f2, there is interesting idea to play, let's say, rook b2 check, and after king g3, let's say to play just rook b3 check,
Yes,
and I think it's winning position.
yeah,
Yes, I'm just taking an
think
a3,
yeah.
and this is winning
King is
game.
absolutely cut off, and
Exactly.
we'll just promote.
So I'm not sure about knight I'm not sure about knight c8 move.
Yeah, we see that Monica has won her game. And well, as we have finished all the top 10 boards, we are expecting Jolanta to convert this into a full point sometime soon. Game between Rakhami Grant and Kaponenko has also finished in a draw.
Maybe we can try to invite Monica back to our studio.
We could, although I could expect that she might also be very tired after having played such a long game.
Yeah, but probably she would be in a good mood today because she's back to the leader group.
Yeah.
Anyway, we can try, but we'll see what happens next.
Yeah, we can wait for that, and if she agrees, we'll be happy to hear her insights from the game. If not, we'll probably finish our broadcast for today. So meanwhile, we can go to a little lower boards and just see, maybe we can still find something exciting there. So as you see, we'll be joined by Monica shortly. So
Great news.
Yes, very great news. So stay tuned.
Hello, back in studio. We are joined by great player Monika Sochko, who won today and is back to the leader group. So maybe a couple of words about your insight about today and how are you doing?
I'm happy that I won, of course, but I believe that I played not so well. I chose the French, and then I chose the rare variation. It was McCutcheon, and I saw that my opponent already played a few times Bishop h4 after h6. For me, it was a completely new move. Of course, I prepared something for that move, and I believe that position is very good for black. You know, I like very much French, so I quickly managed to change my wrong bishop, c8 for bishop or f1, and then the position was like very unclear, and in one moment I think we can follow the game. Yes, this is okay.
Maybe the only thing, maybe not so fast because our broadcast is not so furious.
Sorry. So, of course, in this position, the main moves are bishop d2 and bishop e3. Sometimes white is taking on f6. But, yes, this move. Okay, in blitz, probably in rapid, I played one game in that position. My opponent played here. No, he played... Sorry, he took on f6 and I took it on h4, and I believe that black is completely okay. So this position was my preparation, yes, and now I saw only one game with bishop d7. Okay, in that position I started to think what to play, and my plan is, of course, to exchange the bishops, and then the position with knight versus bishop will be, I was thinking that it will be okay for me, but unfortunately I have to be very careful because g5 in that moment is probably a weak. Yes, this or structure with okay, f6 is all the time is something hanging, h4, f4, so I have to be very precise in this position.
And during the broadcast, we analyzed this position and we knew that the main line, I think, is knight c6,
knight c6
but
yes,
your move bishop d7 is absolutely okay, it's very interesting.
Yes, it's because frankly speaking, I didn't looking for bishop d3. I was looking here for the moves like f3, a4. I think a4 is a very interesting move. I was looking for h4, rook g8, and then takes on g5, takes on g5, and the position is very unclear. But this is we are going to have the position. It's not normal French. Yes, this is something completely different. So, okay, I love to play French, so any position for me is great. So I think, yes, and in this position I could have played also knight c6. Yes, because now I think that bishop on d3, it's not so well placed, yes, because something hanging, so maybe I played not so correct. And here I believe I have to take on d3 because somehow I played very badly. Here I managed to give my opponent some chances, yes, because she played very well f4 move, I think, and now black has some problems. So probably in that position I had to start with bishop d3, queen d3, and then something like, I don't know, maybe even c4, 97, and then the castle, and just to play the position like that, because this, I think, she managed to open the position and I didn't manage to castle. So I have to be very careful here. g4 probably is the only move, yes, because...
when we analyzed with Toms, we looked
yes,
for queen c4 here.
Queen c4.
Just asking question to d4 pawn.
Yes, but about take on g5?
And let's say take on d4.
Take on d4, and then maybe something take on h6, I don't know. I was afraid about that position, yes, because the pawn on h6 will be a pawn, and still I have no castle. f7 will be hanging, so I don't know. Maybe I have to try to find some another moves. And normally, yes, in that position I should to have a castle, yes. And now after such a move, yes, not to give her such a move, yes. But okay, even in that position, I believe that I have to play, okay, king d7, I have to play f5, and now this was mistake. Probably I should have to play rook af8, yes. Just not to give her display, because I calculate very quickly that position. I was thinking nothing happened wrong to me here, but somehow I have a feeling that my position after that move which she played, maybe not bishop f6, maybe immediately also rook b1, b6, and I was very afraid of that position. Maybe, yes, somehow, I don't know, rook b3 in some moment. I don't like c3 she played, so I was afraid about that position. Maybe computer will show us something direct for white, but I don't know. Okay, she has the rook on the 7 rank, and also b7 will be hanging, some tricks with a4, a5 also. So I was very afraid. So probably it was my mistake to play rook e8. Probably rook f8 was much better, not to give her such a play, yes. And then, I don't know, maybe it's playable, yes, after rook f8. It's okay.
But in any case, we didn't find anything how white could win, let's say.
So great.
So your this way by king made with c8 to a8 is very interesting, and we didn't find how to punish you for this.
Yes, interesting, but somehow, yes, I lost so many tempos that I was thinking that it should be something. Yes, but probably when you started to think about the position, okay, my queen is very well placed, yes. All the white squares I control, and also the bishop on h4, I think it's not a good one, yes, because this piece is like nothing do here. So if I manage to put my king on a8, it was my plan, just to play bishop, rook b8, exchange one pair of rooks, for example. And then I was thinking that, okay, a3, c2, d4, it will be my threat. So even I could lose this h6 pawn or something in some moment, yes. But this pawn are very dangerous, yes. It was like in the game, yes. My a pawn won the game.
And in long term, bishop, white bishop is very bad,
yes,
actually.
And especially I always prefer knights. So it was the position, okay, wonderful for me. I played French and I got the knight versus bishop, so I was very happy. But somehow I have the feeling that maybe it wasn't so correct, because, as I said here, I was very afraid of my king and of my position. Maybe this bishop of f6, I don't like this move, because this bishop, say here, okay, do nothing, yes? Okay, and now she can take on, of course, h6, it's c2 hanging, d4 hanging, and also some tricks with knight d4, knight e2, and some checks. So I think that, okay, her king become weaker than mine. Okay, b6 I have to play, and c3. I don't like this move. Maybe she has to try something like rook b3, I don't know.
Rook b3 looks a little bit better.
Because I can't take on d4, yes, take rook c3. I don't know, I wanted to play something like queen a4, maybe king b8. Yes, but still, some chances, yes. And after c3, I was more or less feel better, yes, because now she has not so with the tricks with the rook on the 3rd rank, yes.
But actually, maybe you can take on d4. After rook b3, just knight takes d4, and there is no.
No, but what about rook c3? Ah, rook c3,
knight e2. Yes, that's the point.
No, but take and queen a6, mate.
Ah, okay. It doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, I saw something like this. So probably after rook b3, I have to play king b8, rook c3, queen a4,
But it would be a very strong improvement by white, which actually never happened in the game.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yes, and okay, the threat rook a7, so I played here, yes, just to take by knight, and now a4, and a5 probably is the threat, so I played rook b8, and now I wanted to play rook b7, of course, exchange the rooks, and then, I don't know, c3 will be a threat, a4 will be a threat, and okay, she played quite a good move, I think, bishop h4 now, because rook f6 is coming. So I don't know. I don't know what to play here. Maybe I have to just take on a4, and then after rook f6, rook e8, and just gave that pawn on h6, yes, and then played this position, yes, because somehow in one moment I think that my king become very safe. But okay, I played this move. It was normal. This, and now yes, now I calculated this move, yes, and. She has to move by a rook, and now I think that the initiative, I started to have initiative, yes, here, because now she has to play something like that, yes,
yeah.
Because 94.
We liked your move queen d3 a lot.
Ah, yes.
Because it became so active and so powerful.
Yes, this was nice. This was also nice, yes, because now I don't need my rook on b8, so this was, okay, more or less logical. And now I also like this move. And here I believe that I have advantage, yes, because queen a2, I was calculating queen d6, yes, but knight b3, and no move. No moves by rook, I don't know. Yes, it's probably losing, so maybe. And after this, okay, it was probably good, yes, h4. And now, I don't, okay, this was okay. And now somehow I was thinking that, I don't know, maybe yes, maybe in that position I should have to play h3. Just to weak the king from this side, not to give a pawn immediately. I wanted to start with queen d1, because I wanted to put my knight on some good place, maybe somewhere knight c1 and knight d3. And after queen d1, c3 will be hanging, yes? Yes, so I believe that somewhere here I should have to play another move, because probably the way what I choose, it wasn't, yes, especially this was stupid. I don't know what to play, but after this, I completely collapsed. And I forgot that I can't put my knight on d3, yes, because will be queen c2, and my knight will be hanging, because my queen is not protected. So I played here again, 95, and now, yes, and it was funny because all this move I made in her time trouble. I wasn't in time trouble, so I started play. I think I played badly and at her time trouble. Whole game I played quite normal, but in her time trouble I started to play terrible. Okay, queen c2. Of course I can't change. I think that I can't change the queens here. Yes, this, and she just took. She surprised me. So maybe I should to play here another move, but I don't know. Maybe queen h5.
But in any case, the things become way complicated before it was a few minutes ago and few moves ago. So yeah, it's just blown up. But in any case, I think the position is still balanced.
Very balanced, yes. Yeah. I think the same, because I don't know, of course, if she exchange all the pieces, yes, she will win, but it's not easy for her. So at this moment I decide not to exchange any pieces, but as we see in the game, I couldn't.
I have to. Triples.
Yes. So one rook I have to exchange. Yes, and now I think, yes, this I didn't like, because now maybe she could start with check and then something like, or maybe not check. No, maybe it's not so easy, everything, yes. Maybe rook f6. Yes, I believe that she could play some another moves because this and exchange. Oh, and this I started like my position again. Yeah, I know that I'm less a pawn, but still I have a compensation. Yes, because somehow my king is safe, I think, or much safer than my opponent kings. Yes, and now this was good move, I think. Yes, queen h7, because again I want to put my queen on this diagonal b1 h7. Yes, because all the time will be hanging pawns on c3 and a4, and also g2. So even if I exchange, for example, knight for a bishop, I still will have some initiative, yes, because it's not easy to play with this pawn more with g pawn. So yes, in this position, I believe that I'm not worse here.
And white have 6 pawns.
Yes, you can say so, exactly.
But as Tom mentioned in the broadcast, this is even worse than a pawn because you can't play f5.
It's interesting, yes. I didn't think that way, but it's, yes, probably.
No, of course, it's true, of course.
Yeah, okay. This, and this. And now, yes, now I saw that I have probably draw, yes, but I didn't want to have a draw in that position. Okay, this was funny, that after queen g2 is rook f4, yes, this was my threat, a little one. Yes, because she cannot take queen e3 and the rook is hanging, so she has to play here very careful, yes. And in that position, yes, I played that move. I was a little afraid because somehow if she managed to play some move like queen b3, okay, but
it's hard to imagine.
It's hard, yeah, because all the time this rook f4 hanging, yeah, so yeah. So the pin on the f, so I don't know. And the way she chose, it wasn't so good. I think she should wait here, not this move. But I don't know how to. Maybe it's some kind of Swiss-franc. Maybe try to wait, like, I don't know, queen g2 maybe. And I wanted to play something like rook h7, yes, because now probably I want to exchange the queens, yes, because I protect my rook, protect a7 pawn, because in some endgame with rook a1 check I calculated, yes, so yes, and this is probably completely winning, yes. I don't know if I played correctly. Yes, g4, yes, I decide to play immediately rook g7 because I don't want to let her play bishop h6, yes. So this was logical, and now I'm not sure. I could have played probably king c2 and then just to give the rook for this pawn and these 2 pawns.
It looks like a5 is also absolutely okay because you have enough tempos.
Yeah, it should be easy winning also here, yes. And here she could play maybe bishop g5. So.
But it doesn't change something.
Yeah, it doesn't change, of course, because I take on c3 and my b pawn, and also d4, e5 hanging. So, yes.
So it was nice end of the very hard game.
Yes, very hard. I have here every game very long and very hard. So I'm very happy that I managed to win today.
So it was very good ending for you.
Yes,
but what are your plans for the vacation day, let's say?
Vacation, okay.
Because after today's will be vacation day.
Okay, I think that I'm going for the excursion for which organizer make for us.
To the Open Museum. Yeah.
Yes, the Open Museum. I also want to see the sea because I was here a few times in Riga, and you have very nice beach, very nice sea. Okay, we have the same in Poland, but still it's nice. So but it will be depend on the weather because now it's very cold. So I hope that in 2 days the weather will change a little.
Yeah, yesterday was perfect weather for playing chess. It was snowing, but not really for visiting sea or something like that.
Yes.
So we wish you all the best. Thank you for coming here after this very long and hard game. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
a very nice and very complicated game, and from leaderboards, and actually I guess from all the boards there is one game running still, that is Fatalia, Olvia and Zawadzka Jolanta. We were expecting this game to finish already multiple times,
And probably about 2 hours ago, but well, we are still on.
And we are still on the same evaluation that Black should be winning, but we are not going to wait it all out, as we really believe that Jolanta will manage to convert this into a full point. So we could make a quick summary of the round. We had 5 leaderboards where Alexandra Goryachkina had 4.5 points and the rest of the players had 4 points. In those 5 boards there were 4 draws, and Zagnidze Nana won her game against Atalik Yekaterina. So she with Alexandra Goryachkina are the only players right now with 5 points leading the tournament. So tomorrow pairings are pretty clear. They will be facing each other, and then we will have a very big group with people trying to catch them.
And as we saw together, as we saw today, runner-ups just fighting each other, even with bigger.
Eagerness to win,
Yeah,
let's say
eagerness
that,
to win,
taking
yes.
more risks, and as once you are there on the top, well, you can relax a little bit, because even with the draw, you're probably going to stay on the top. But
Exactly.
if you're not there, you actually have to do something to get there. So you have to take more risks. And approximately counting, I'm expecting there to be 15 people with 4.5 points just behind leaders, which is absolutely huge amount of, yeah.
And don't forget that tomorrow it will be the last round before the vacation days. So I think from the one side, ladies are already tired, but from the other side, I think they can just try to use all their power before the vacation day, just to relax after it. So I think we can expect a lot of interesting games tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. This tournament is really showing that every round is just bringing new and new excitements. So tune in tomorrow, and thank you for watching today. And so see you tomorrow. Thank you. Bye.